Mr. Santos, your lawyer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your agreement with Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I add something?
Not yet. Was anything left out of this agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything you want to change about your agreement?
Not that I want to change.
All
I
right.
just want to,
Do you believe that this agreement is in the best interest of your daughter?
yes, sir.
All right. What is it that you want to tell the court?
Main event, Chuck E. Cheese. I know she's grown kind of out of Chuck E. Cheese,
All right, so
and
pause.
main event is really loud.
Let me do my thing, and then I'll give you a chance to chime in. Right.
Okay.
So the court hereby adopts and approves your agreement and finds that it is in the best interest of your daughter. These are the temporary orders of the court, and the orders are due on or before
May 18th at noon by submission.
get them submitted as soon as possible because and hopefully you can do that, Mr. Santos, before the end of the week, so that I can sign them. So let me see.
board meeting. All speakers must be added to the speaker list to make a comment. To be added to the speaker list, you can use your name or the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Please make sure the name or phone number you provide matches the name or phone number you use to log into the meeting so your microphone can be enabled. Information required. Name to be called are the last 4 digits of your phone number, the last 4 digits of your phone number if connecting by telephone, agenda item number or name of the case you wish to comment on, and whether you are speaking in support or in opposition to the individual named on the agenda, if applicable. To be added to the speaker list by email, please either submit a speaker card or an email with the required information to bph.speakercards@cdcr.ca.gov. The speaker card is on the board's website at cdcr.ca.gov/bp.
The boardroom appears to be muted. We're not able to hear you.
Moderator, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can.
Perfect. Good morning. I'm Scott Wyckoff, Executive Officer for the Border Patrol hearings. Thank you for being with us today and welcome to the Border Patrol hearings monthly executive board meeting. We are hosting this meeting in person and by video and telephone using Microsoft Teams. We have a temporary configuration for audio video in our boardroom, and due to the sensitivity of the microphones set up around the room, those attending in person are asked to be quiet as possible so ambient sounds and conversations are not transmitted online. We have a majority of commissioners in person for this meeting as required by the law. For those participating by video, if you experience connectivity issues during the meeting, we have found that turning off your camera may help you to see and hear those who are speaking and help us to hear you when you are speaking. You can find additional documents with helpful instructions. Additional documents with helpful instructions and tips for participating in today's meeting on the board's website. Just go to the tab at the top called Board Meetings and select the link for meeting agendas. There is also a helpline available during the meeting if you are experiencing difficulties. Please call 916-445-4072. The number is also on the first page of today's agenda and the agenda page of the board's website. If no one immediately answers your call, please leave a message and someone will return your call as quickly as possible. Most commissioners and board staff use computers to take notes during the meeting, so please do not be concerned if a commissioner is looking at their computer while someone is speaking. Please be respectful and refrain from engaging in disruptive behavior, or you may be removed from the meeting. The Penal Code provides that it is unlawful to disrupt or break up this meeting. Today, the board will not be considering any cases. Instead, there will be 4 presentations this morning and 1 presentation this afternoon. We may take breaks during the meeting and we'll take a lunch break. Once all the presentations are complete, we will take general public comments regarding the board. If you wish to speak today, you must let us know. You can submit a speaker card available on the board's website under the tab called Board Meetings and the link called Meeting Agendas. Alternately, you can call 916-267-0857 and provide your information and the item you would like to speak on. All comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. We ask that you please be respectful of the time limits. Also, if you timely submitted a written statement to the board, the commissioners will consider it. I will now turn the meeting over to Commissioner Dudeen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Wyckoff, and good morning, everybody. Today's date, the 22nd day of April 2026, the Board of Parole Hearings Executive Board meeting is now reconvened. I'm going to go ahead and call the roll. Chairperson is present. Commissioner Barton.
Present.
Commissioner Castle.
Present.
Commissioner Chappelle.
Present.
Commissioner Garland.
Present.
Commissioner Fante.
Present.
Commissioner Cozell.
Present.
Commissioner Long.
Present.
Commissioner Minor. I think I see her there. Commissioner Muniz.
Present.
Commissioner Mera.
Present.
Commissioner Purcell.
Present.
Commissioner Roth.
Present.
Commissioner Sergeant Bonds.
Present.
Commissioner Schneider.
Present.
Commissioner Sharif.
Present.
Commissioner Sheffield.
Present.
Commissioner Tyra.
Present.
Commissioner Taunton.
Present.
And Commissioner Wise.
Here.
Please note for the minutes that a majority of the commissioners currently appointed are present and in person at 1515 K Street in Sacramento. The first
Commissioner
presentation we have to. Yes. Commissioner Minor? I think I saw you too, yes.
Commissioner
The
Minor.
first presentation. We do note that Commissioner Minor is also present. The first presentation that we have today is by Manuel Alexis Medina Avina. Mr. Avina serves as the attorney and counsel for the protection and legal affairs with the Mexican Consulate Office in San Bernardino County. Mr. Medina Avina's presentation is about placement in Mexico upon release. You may proceed, sir.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. So we'll start. A second. Let's see. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to the Board of Parole Commissioners for giving me the opportunity to do this presentation about one of the programs that we have in Mexico for the people who is deported to Mexico or decided to repatriate to Mexico. Okay, again, my name is Alexis Medina. I'm the Consul of Protection and Legal Affairs of the Consulate of Mexico in San Bernardino. And in San Bernardino, we're in charge to overseeing the well-being of our Mexican nationals on the counties of San Bernardino and Riverside. And we have 10 consulates just in California who has the same services as we have in San Bernardino. So I will start this presentation. This program that I want to present you, it's called Mexico Te Abraza, which in English it's Mexico Embraces You. and it was created on January 28th of the last year, 2025. So the government of Mexico has implemented a repatriation strategy. Mexico embraces you to warmly and humanly receive Mexican nationals who are returned to our country from the United States. The focus on this is on understanding both the available support and the individual's ability to access and navigate that support after long-term incarceration. What are the objectives of this strategy of Mexico Embraces You? The general objective is to receive repatriated Mexican nationals with warmth and humanity. The specific objectives, it's coordinate multi-agency efforts across the federal and state governments to receive and assist returning nationals. Second is to ensure compliance with international and bilateral repatriation agreements and be prepared to respond to actions that violate the rights of our migrants. The third is to ensure a welcoming process and reintegration into their communities of origin. What are the dignified reception? What is the dignified reception strategy? It has three main components. The first one is the consular assistance and protection. That it's what we do here in the United States. Before they are being repatriated, we are in charge here in the United States through the consular network and with support of UN agencies and organizations. The rights of Mexican nationals will be protected. So beforehand, before they are being repatriated to Mexico here in the United States, we interview them on state prison or on immigration detention centers, and we do like an intake. Okay, like we ask about their family, about their medical status, where are they going once they got in Mexico, and we are trying to locate their families in Mexico in order for them to be aware that this person is coming to Mexico, and in order, if they want to pick them up in the border, if they want to pick them up in an airport, we're trying to arrange the reunification of these individuals with their family in Mexico before they arrive to Mexico. Okay. Secondly, the second component is the reception and support. We have care centers or shelters that will be set up across 6 northern border states. Okay, right now we have the care centers in the 6 northern border states, but also we have another shelters or care centers on the southern border and also in Mexico City. The third component is basic needs will be addressed through social services, employment opportunities, and access to social welfare programs. Okay, we have government coordination. The 34 federal agencies are participating in the Mexico Embraces You strategy, together with the 6 northern border states and 10 states in central and southern Mexico, to help returning nationals reintegrate into their home communities. We have a coordination with the government of the 32 federal states. We have to remember that Mexico, same as the United States, we are a federal country. We have the federal government and also the state level government. And we are having all the states supporting into this strategy. Okay, the general coordination of Mexico Embraces You. By instruction of President Claudia Sheinbaum, the Ministry of the Interior is responsible for coordinating the strategy. The Immigration National Institute is in charge of reception, repatriation, documentation, and transportation support. We also have an office called RENAPO, which is like a federal vital records institution in Mexico that is in charge of the issuance of identification documents, including CURP and coordination with the civil registries or vital records offices of the 32 federal states. Okay, what is the CURP? The CURP, it's like the social security number in the U.S. I can compare the CURP. Every Mexican national has a CURP. It's an identification letters and numbers that identifies every Mexican national in Mexico. So once the people, the Mexican nationals arrive to Mexico, they are received by the Immigration National Institute of Mexico, and we give them a repatriation letter with photography. This repatriation letter consists that they have been repatriated into Mexico and has a photography and can serve as an ID in order to get a driver license, a voter's ID, a passport, any type of identification, because we know that many of the people lost their IDs once they are incarcerated. We understand this. So immediately, the first day, the first hour that once they arrive, immediately we issue this repatriation letter. And with this repatriation letter, they have to be able to access to different programs that the federal government and the state governments are offering to this community. Okay, one of the services that we provide to the Mexican nationals who are being repatriated to Mexico is medical services. It's important to mention that in Mexico, the right it is the right to be health, the access to hospitals, the access for medical services is a constitutional right. So the state has to provide it for free. In Mexico, the health services mainly are free for every individual. Okay, so once they arrive into Mexico, we made an incorporation of repatriated individuals into IMSS. IMSS is the Institute of Mexicans they can receive the Mexican Social Security Institute will establish enrollment models to register repatriated individuals and their family members. This institute has hospitals, has services, a lot of services for people, but mainly they offer medical services. The protection will be provided to the Puerto Mexican nationals through their integration into the mandatory enrollment under IMSS. Okay, this is not like a decision from the Mexican national. Once they arrive into Mexico, it's mandatory for them to enroll them in this program, in this institution. They not get, unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunately, but I think it's a good thing that mandatory they have to be incorporated into this program. It's not, they don't have to, they don't decide that. It's like, it's mandatory. And with this under IMSS, we granting them access to health benefits, including the illness and maternity insurance for humanitarian and solidarity purposes. Also mental health issues. So once they arrive to one of these shelters of care centers, we launch actions to promote rapid inclusions into the formal labor market. We register these people with the National Employment Service and to a program that is called Conocer, that we enroll them into participate in training programs to obtain professional skills certifications. Okay, this institute is also works similar to the Social Security Office in the United States. Not only has a component of medical service, but also has like retirement programs, employment programs in order to access to this institute. Okay, so this is one of our programs that we have in Mexico for all the people who has more than 60 years has the right of benefit of retirement pension. Um, it consists on we provided like $300 or $400 per month, depends of the family. We have support for young people. We have support for women. We provide scholarships. Uh, we provide scholarships to people who wants to continue continue to their studies. If they want to finish the elementary school, the high school, maybe a career, university, college, any type of support they might need. Okay, once they receive the repatriation letter, we provide with a paisano welfare card. Repatriated individuals will receive 2,000 pesos cash transfer to assist with with travel to their communities of origin. So 2,000 pesos is like $130. Once they arrive, we provide that assistance. And it's important to know that they don't need to waste that money for food, for clothes, for medical services. This money is only for them to have it in case of an emergency. So first, the Ministry of Welfare registers the individual using the following information: the full name, date of birth, CURP, as I mentioned. Just in case they have it, they need a repatriation letter, an ID, and a birth certificate. Second, the issuance of the Paisano welfare card. The individual's information is entered into the system immediately. Second, the beneficiary signs and acknowledge of receipt. Three, the card is issued. Four, a photograph is taken of the beneficiary with the card and the acknowledgement. The third step is the beneficiary is informed about how to use the card and the location of welfare bank branches. Okay, we have a welfare bank in Mexico. It's a bank for the state, for the federal government, in which the people in Mexico get to receive economical support through this bank. Okay, the fourth, the individual may use the funds immediately. Once they receive it, immediately they can use the funds. They can cash out the money, or they can pay services with this card. Okay, we have a command center to provide an effective and immediate response to events and situation and repatriation points along transportation routes of repatriated individuals, and at care centers or shelters. A command center has been established. This center is responsible for receiving and routing reports 24 hours a day. It is composed of a representative from each agency with state level coordination, as well as personnel from the 9 entities responsible for addressing this issue. So we have this command center working the 24 hours of the day, receiving Mexican nationals, to providing services, to providing supports in coordination with the government of the states. So we also have the support of business in Mexico, the participation of the Business Coordinating Council. The Business Coordinating Council and related organizations were invited to participate in assisting returning Mexican nationals with reintegration and employment opportunities. So we have a lot of commerce organizations that are over there in the shelters, in the care centers, offering employment and capacitation training for Mexican nationals who are being deported to Mexico. A meeting will be held at the Ministry of the Interior with representatives of FEMSA, Coparmex, and some of the commerce agencies in Mexico. Okay, this is one of the pictures of our care centers for repatriated. It's important to know that in Mexico we don't have transitional houses. It's not as here in the United States, the ones a person get released from custody, they have to go to transitional houses and to accomplish some requirements. In Mexico, we don't have that. So this, it's important to note that these care centers, it's only temporary. But it's important also to note that we don't have a time that a Mexican national can stay over there. They can stay over there until they feel good, or they decide to leave this shelter. Okay, we don't push them off. We don't take them out of their centers until they feel prepared to go outside. Okay, I just want to clarify this. Okay, we have more than 10 care centers are being established in Mexico. They are located in municipalities adjacent to repatriation points and are equipped with all necessary services, including electricity, water, internet, drainage, and access routes. So it's important to note that this center functions as an intake and stabilization step, not extended residential programming. Also to note that individuals are not simply released, they are transported and relocated to their communities of origin. Also, it's important to note that individuals will be able to obtain a current identification upon returning to Mexico, as I explained before. This program helps establish a foundation for reintegration. Also, many returning individuals are older and may have ongoing medical needs. Early healthcare access supports and stability during this as transition is provided. Let me have the next slide. So this is the distribution of institutional capacity at the launch of the Mexico Embraces You strategy. The following resources will be available. We have 2 care centers in Baja California, 2 in Sonora, 1 in the state of Chihuahua, 1 in Coahuila, 1 in Nuevo León, 3 care centers in Tamaulipas, the state, but also we have more in Mexico City right now, and we have 2 more in Tapachula, Chiapas, in the southern border of Mexico, and Tabasco, Villahermosa, Tabasco, that is in the southern border of Mexico. Unfortunately, some of the people are being deported by plane into the southern border into Mexico, so the government doesn't want them to deport them at the border because they think that they're gonna cross immediately to the U.S. But this is not the case because we have these programs and we encourage them to stay in this in our country. So we have locations of care centers. Personnel from the Ministry of the Interior, in coordination with the Ministry of National Defense, the Ministry of the Navy, the National Guard, the Ministry of Welfare, the Peace Building Coordination Board, the National Immigration Institute, the state governments. We conducted site inspection of the 10 sites where the care centers are located. You can see these photographs, the one in Mexicali, Tijuana, Nogales, and San Luis Rio Colorado, Sonora. this more of the facilities in Nuevo León. We have soccer fields, for example, in Tamaulipas, in Reynosa, Nuevo Laredo, Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, Nueva Rosita, Coahuila. Okay, food and security plans by the Ministry of National Defense and the Navy. The Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of the Navy provide support in the following areas: implementation of a food service plan, including the installation of mobile kitchens and support units, security at care centers, assistance with transportation and transfers. So we provide food to all people who arrive, of course, for free. And the military agencies are in charge to provide this support. Okay, we are prepared and coordinated and committed to assist our fellow nationals with warmth and humanity. These care centers are already operational to provide them with a warm, orderly, and safe reception, a welcome at the point of entry, free transportation to the nearest care center, distribution of personal hygiene kits, issuance of repatriation certificate, processing of identification documents, birth certificate and CURP, free transportation by bus to the communities of origin. This is important. Aside of the $130 that we provided once they arrive to Mexico, we also provide free transportation to the place of origin once they want to leave these care centers. Temporary housing and food services. We also provide temporary housing with heating, showers with hot and cold water, towels, beds, blankets and pillows, restrooms with sinks, free internet services, free telephone access, cell phone charging stations, 3 hot meals per day with 5 menu options per week, potable water. We have programs of welfare for reintegration, the Paisano Welfare Card with 2,000 pesos, $130, immediate medical care and enrollment in IMSS, the hospitals, employment opportunities, access to welfare programs, older adults, youth building the future, Sewing Life, women support programs, etc. We have school enrollment for children, agricultural support, and housing assistance programs. So we provide assistance, as I mentioned, with transportation in all the care centers in Mexico. So it's important to note, I will end here. It's important to note that support exists through it may differ in structure from US-based programming models. The system is designed to facilitate reconnection while recognizing that reintegration is often a gradual process. Important to note also that some individuals may approach these concepts differently due to educational background, cultural differences in communication, length of time spent in institution settings, difference in communication style or expressions may reflect background and experience rather than a lack of rehabilitation. Also, it's important to mention that reintegration for this population often focuses on stability, care, and community support, all of which are addressed within the existing framework of services. And finally, we understanding both the available services and the individual circumstances, including time away, age, and background, provides a more complete picture of post-release outcomes. A clear understanding of post-release support helps inform a more complete assessment of readiness for release. So I will stop here. I don't know if you have any question. Thanks so much for hearing me, and I open to answer some questions if there's time available. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Avina. Does any member of the board have any questions or comments for our presenter?
You got some online.
Commissioner Cassidy? You have any questions?
I do. I have, when you were talking about the people that go into the care centers, that it's temporary, but they can stay until they feel they're ready.
Yeah.
Is there a certain length of time? Are we talking a month, 2 months?
No, we don't have a time. If
Okay,
there's 2 months, okay. I want to mention this, that this is our design for people, you know, to not be more than a month, of course.
okay,
But there's no time for them to stay over there. Okay,
Okay,
if
thank
they're
you.
not ready, if they haven't had the capacity to obtain an employment, a job, we're not gonna take them out.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Mhm.
Any more questions or comments for Mr. Avina?
Yes, this is Commissioner Barton. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So how much information do you get about their charges, and is there treatment available in terms of, like, if they need drug programs, you know, continuing drug treatment, or if they were a former sex offender, is there any treatment available in these care centers or from any of the agencies that assist you?
Yeah. That's why we have the IMSS, the medical institution program that we have on these care centers, and also beforehand, this is more than the care center's job. It's more than the consulate job. If we know, for example, that a person is having a border parole hearing, we have to help them, you know, to continue their drug program rehabilitation in Mexico. Sometimes the government, we don't have the resources to provide this program, but we can connect these people to social welfare agencies in Mexico, the private non-profit organization, religious organization, and we ensure that these people are enrolled in Mexico, and we do follow-ups in Mexico of these persons having these receiving these services in Mexico, but not properly. In all cases, we provide these rehabilitation services for drugs issues. That's more part of our role as a consulate. We prepare them for the border parole hearing sometimes to get the services in Mexico before they arrive. I don't know if I...
Any more questions or comments? Thank you so much, Mr. Avina, for that presentation.
Okay, no, thanks so much for having me.
We're going to go next to our next presentation, and it's on strengthening victim-centered parole practices. And our presenter is Ms. Jennifer Nagakawa, victim advocate with the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. You may proceed.
Hello, may I speak with Jane Smith? Hi, Jane. My name's Jen Nakagawa. I'm a victim advocate with the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. How are you this morning? I'm well, thank you for asking. First, I want to apologize. I know this call may be difficult for you. The reason I'm calling is because incarcerated person A12345 has an upcoming parole hearing. Were you aware of this hearing? This is how I meet many victims and family members for the first time, as an unknown caller delivering news that has left them feeling confused, vulnerable, anxious, overwhelmed, and afraid. And in that moment, I'm not just delivering information. I'm stepping into someone's grief, their trauma, and often one of the most difficult days they've had to revisit in years. Every call is different. Some are met with silence, some with anger, others with tears. No matter their response, my role is to guide them through that process, ensuring they are informed, supported, and have a voice in a system that doesn't always feel centered on their experience. Now, I'd like you to take a moment to imagine what this experience might feel like from their perspective. Going from an unknown, faceless caller delivering difficult news to a virtual room of unknown faces making decisions about the person who caused them harm. For us, commissioners, this may feel like another day at work, another hearing, another case. But for a victim and their family members, this moment can feel like a lot to carry all at once. There's no courtroom, no familiar structure, just a screen full of unfamiliar faces. Except for one, the face of the person who caused them harm. And in that moment, when they first see the incarcerated person again, they're being brought back into one of the most painful moments of their life. For some, it brings everything back in an instant. Memories they've worked hard to manage, emotions they may not have felt this intensely in years. They may not be ready for what they're feeling. They may not know what they're feeling. They may not even know if they're going to speak or what they're going to say. But they're here. They're trying to identify who's who, wondering who holds decision-making power, preparing themselves to speak about their deeply traumatic experience, all while doing their best to stay present in a moment that is incredibly difficult to set in. And all of this is happening at the same time, on one screen, in one moment. When we step back from that moment, this is what many victims are experiencing as they enter the parole process. At different points along the way, there are moments that can create confusion, stress, and uncertainty. That initial phone call comes without warning, unless they're already registered for parole notifications. And some victims, as you know, attend hearings without an advocate or support from OVSRS at all. They're entering a virtual room full of unfamiliar authority figures. They're trying to orient themselves in real time to who's who and what each person represents in this process. At the same time, they're trying to follow a process that they've never been through before, without a clear sense of what's going to happen next, what they'll hear, or what they're expected to do in that moment. Even the small things, like whether they need to state their full name, or how visible they are on the screen, can add to that uncertainty. And layered on top of all of this is something that they're already carrying into the hearing: the fear of seeing the incarcerated person. For many, this is the first time they're even learning that a hearing is taking place, and it immediately brings them into a process that is both unfamiliar and emotionally significant. Before they ever enter this space, I work to prepare them, to explain who they'll see and what to expect. But trauma affects how a person processes information, communicates, and responds under stress, especially in unfamiliar, high-stakes settings like parole hearings. In that environment, things can feel very different in real time than they did in preparation. So the question becomes, why does this matter in the context of a parole hearing? And there's a few key reasons. First, Victims are often entering this process already in an activated emotional state, not because they're unprepared, but because the process itself is emotionally activating from the start. This means those first impressions, like how the space feels, how people are introduced, how the process begins, can significantly shape whether they feel a sense of trust moving forward. Victims and family members are not observers in this process. They are stakeholders in it, and they're being asked to participate in a system that directly impacts them. For that participation to be meaningful, there has to be a sense of felt safety. Not just physical safety, but emotional and procedural safety, because these conditions are what shape how a victim is able to engage in the process. So that brings me to what this experience can look like when it begins differently. Many of you are familiar to me, just as I may be familiar to some of you. Over the past 2 years, I've had the privilege of accompanying victims and their families to approximately 54 parole hearings. Most often, they attend from our office, where we provide a private, supportive setting. During hearings, I manage the technical aspects, answer questions in real time, and help them navigate what is happening as it unfolds. Through these experiences, I've observed practices that support victim participation before the hearing even begins. Recently, just about a week ago, in fact, I was in a hearing with Commissioner Sharif. Before the incarcerated person joined the hearing, he took a few moments to speak directly with the victim's family member. In this case, it was the mother of a victim in a child sexual assault. He asked her how she would like to be referred to during the hearing, whether she planned to provide an impact statement or not, and whether she preferred to have her camera on or off. I've observed other commissioners take similar steps, briefly explaining the structure of the hearing and letting victims and family members know what they can expect. That's included them asking them to consider the order of their impact statements, letting them know that they can request a break at any time, and also offering a brief heads up that some of the content may be difficult to hear. But what stands out about these moments is that they happen before the incarcerated person is present on screen. That simple step seems to do a few things for victims. It reinforces what victims may have already heard from an advocate. It helps build a sense of trust and respect in a process where they have very little control. And it gives them a moment to orient themselves before entering the more emotionally difficult part of the hearing. What I've observed is that these small actions at the beginning of a hearing can meaningfully shape how supported and prepared a victim feels as the process continues. If we can apply these practices more consistently, we can strengthen victim participation across all cases. I'd also like to highlight 3 areas where communication during the hearing itself can shape the victim experience in real time. First, language and framing. In hearings, there's often discussion around rehabilitation and the progress an incarcerated person has made. And that information is important to the process. At the same time, the way that progress is described can shape how the hearing is experienced by victims and their families. For example, when strong positive language is used, terms like "you're doing great" or emphasizing progress without context can, at times, feel minimizing to those reliving the impact of the offense. For many victims, progress made in custody doesn't lessen or change the harm that they've experienced. What I've observed is that it's possible to hold both, recognizing progress while also honoring the lasting impact of the offense. Language matters in this balance. Some language that I've heard used in hearings, terms like credibility or phrases such as "a useful step in rehabilitation," is appropriate within the process, and it tends to feel more neutral in tone. And since language is received through the lens of lived experience, more neutral, process-focused terms are often easier for victims to understand and to hear than strongly positive characterizations of progress. There are also smaller moments in language that make a difference. For example, being intentional when referring to a statement of personal change rather than calling it an apology letter. That distinction matters because a statement of personal change is intended for you, the commissioners, while a letter submitted to the accountability bank is vetted and meant for victims and their families. Similarly, being mindful of the many acronyms and legal terminology. When acronyms like CRA or SNY are used, or there's a motion to stipulate, especially when a victim doesn't have an advocate or support liaison present, there's no opportunity to ask for clarification, and it can make the process harder to follow in real time. What seems to make a difference is that small adjustments in language can help ensure that victims feel included, respected, and are able to stay oriented throughout the hearing. A second area where this shows up is during victim impact statements. I've heard many of you describe this as giving the victim or their family members the last word. This is their one opportunity, not only to speak, but to be heard. It's often something they've spent a lot of time thinking about, even if they don't have anything prepared and written down. They've taken the time and considered what they want to say, how they want to say it, and how they'll get through it. Small actions in this moment make a meaningful difference. For example, pausing beforehand to see if they would like a moment. Offering the option to take a break can help create space for them to feel more prepared. Commissioners have explained at the start of the hearing that their attention may shift to different screens at times, but during victim impact statements, their eyes, attention, and focus are fully present. That kind of framing matters because from the victim's perspective, this moment carries a great deal of weight, and they are often very aware of how it's being received. They also understand that they're not part of the formal decision-making process, but they are hoping that what they say may influence how their experience is considered, which makes this opportunity to be heard especially important. I've seen moments where victims didn't initially plan to speak, and then in that space, they found their voice, they came off mute, and they share something powerful. And that moment, choosing to speak, carries a great deal of meaning and can be healing in its own right. In my experience, presence through attention, stillness, and focus reinforces that what is being shared is truly being heard and respected. Finally, how the hearing concludes also plays an important role. The way a hearing ends can shape how the experience is carried forward. Even small moments at the end, like acknowledging the victim or family member's participation, or recognizing the difficulty of being present, can help provide a sense of closure. It's also important to ensure that victims and family members leave the hearing with a clear understanding of where they can turn if they have questions or need support afterward, whether that's the committing county's district attorney's office or OVSRS for questions related to the parole process. This is especially important for those participating without an advocate or support liaison during the hearing. That clarity can make a meaningful difference in how supported and grounded they feel once the hearing has come to an end. So I want to close with this idea. Respect is not only about the decisions that are being made. Respect is about how people are made to feel throughout the process. And that experience stays with them long after the hearing ends. I want to thank you all for your time and attention. We really do appreciate the work that you all do and the role that you play in this process. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nagakawa. Does any member of the board have any comments or questions for our presenter? Go ahead. Commissioner Garland.
Hi, Jennifer. I just want to say thank you. That was an excellent, informative, insightful presentation that just kind of opened my eyes even more. I'd always tried to do some of the things you referred to, but that just said it in a really succinct way, and I wanted to thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you all and share, sorry, my light went out, and share with you what we're doing in our office. So I do have my contact information. If there is anything that we can do as advocates to better support you in this process, we do welcome that conversation, and please don't hesitate to reach out.
All right.
Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Patton, hold on, President. I believe Commissioner Patton also has a question. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Jennifer, you mentioned that there's a vetting of the remorse letters when they go through the bank. And I don't know that every county takes advantage of that, but I have had hearings where the victims hear us say the person has written a remorse letter, and then the victim will say, well, I've never read it or I've never received it. In your experience, and I know you're only speaking for one county, but in your experience, would the DA representative then read it and ask them if they want a copy of it, or do they just never offer it to them, or do you know?
So the accountability letter bank is through the OVSRS.
Right.
It's not through us. But I think the point that I was trying to make there is that they're two separate things, right? There's a letter that you guys get that's intended for you, but when we use language like remorse letters, the family members think, well, I never got that letter. I should have got that letter. They may write a letter for you, but they may not write that letter for the accountability bank. Does that make sense? Since not everybody does that. We can, if there is one, I can help them, assist them in that process and getting connected with OVSRS so that they can get that letter. I think the focus of that comment was more so that we could be aware of the language that we're using. It makes it a little easier in explaining to the family members.
And I agree with everything you just said, but my question was, if there is a letter that is written, it hasn't gone through OVSRS, I understand that process, but I'd say more times than not, we get the letters and they haven't gone through OVSRS. In fact, almost every one of our hearings now, they're, counseled by their attorneys to write remorse letters because the panels want to see how genuine their remorse is, whether they understand the harm, things of that nature. And I get it. They're writing it for us to review. But what I'm asking is, those letters that have not been vetted through OVSRS, the deputy DAs that appear have those letters. And I've actually had a victim in one of my hearings say, I would like to see it. My question to you is, does the DA turn it over to them? Do they have a policy where they won't turn it over unless it goes through OVSRS? Or do you know?
It's my understanding that there are very strict rules as far as what the deputy district attorney is allowed to share. But as a victim advocate, I'm going to say that I think that those letters that are meant for the parole board could be more harmful to the victims. If a victim were to want that letter, I don't know what that process would look like in seeing if the inmate would like to write a letter for the accountability bank at that point. And yeah, I do apologize. I would have to ask one of our deputy district attorneys because I do know they have strict rules that they have to follow.
Well, and the reason I ask is we oftentimes fill out these surveys with comments for the advocates for the incarcerated persons. And I think if they knew that, maybe they would advise their clients to if they think it's appropriate, send that letter to OVSRS at the same time they send it to us. I just think that would be more beneficial for everyone. But thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments for our presenter? Let me re-echo Commissioner Gannon's comments. That was an insightful presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Nagakawa.
Commissioner, Commissioner Kozel has her hand raised.
I'm so sorry, Commissioner Kozel.
Sorry. Hello again. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. I'm gonna make sure I turn off my mic here. All right. So one of the problems I think that we come up against is that when the incarcerated person submits the letter, it's labeled remorse letter, apology letter, and part of the trick in a hearing is being able to communicate in language that both parties will understand. So I think my fear is if I call it a statement of accountability, I think it's highly likely that the incarcerated person might not know what I'm referring to. And we have to, because just echoing Bob's statement, they're all labeled remorse apology letter. So I can reframe that as well as possible. Do you think that that would help? Because I really feel like I'm going to have to say remorse or apology letter so that they know which piece of paper I'm referring to. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, absolutely. And I do think if there is a way for us to reframe that during the hearing, at least then for the victim and the family members sitting in and listening it, then it kind of helps them to understand as well. And then they're not so confused as to why am I not getting a copy of this accountability letter or remorse letter. That way it just kind of invites them into the process more.
Okay, I'm sure I could rephrase by saying something like, you submitted something that you called an apology letter, that was for the board, or a statement of accountability, something like that.
Yes,
okay,
that's perfect. Can you write that out? Thank you, too.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Okay. Once again, thank you, presenter Ms. Nagakawa, for that presentation. Moving forward, our next presentation today is on the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's Mental Health Program, and our presenter is Dr. Amar Mehta, Deputy Director of the statewide mental health program at CDCR. You may proceed, sir.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. You guys are going straight through. I'm like number 60 on the agenda for the week. Give a stretch, take a sip of water or something, or lean back in your chair. Wow, so you got a long few days. So I have a talk, I got slides and all that fun stuff, but really I'm here to be as helpful as possible to all of you in terms of what questions I can address, what questions I can answer, what sorts of things you've been wondering about regarding the mental health treatment system within CDCR. So please feel free, I don't know if you all use the chat much, but please feel free to, if I'm going through something, you could just put in the chat, like, skip this, we know this, or something, or stop me. Of course, put your hand up, drop a question in the chat, and I will stop what I'm working on and address that question, because I really want this to be helpful to you. And there's a lot of stuff you already know, and I want to make sure I'm just hitting the things that you want to hear. So without further ado, let me share. Oh, and thank you to everybody who shared questions. I will address all of those in the course of the slides, and I'll point out where the questions are. So I'll rephrase them for everyone who didn't see any other questions that were submitted. Okay, so we all work in this sort of category, the shadowy twilight world where the medical and legal professions meet. A little bit about myself. I'm a forensic psychiatrist. I used to be a child psychiatrist. I'm also boarded in addiction medicine and adult psychiatry. I've been deputy director for about 6 years, give or take. Actually had Commissioner O'Meara working with me before. I was very lucky for that. And I've also worked with Exec Director Scott Wyckoff. So you got a really good team. So I've been in the system for about 13 years total in CDCR. I was just seeing patients before that, and was chief of telepsychiatry for a little while. I'm going to try to give a sort of broad overview and then narrow down. So as I said, things that are familiar, hopefully will go quickly. So we got about 92,000 patients total in our system right now. It peaked at over 173,000 in 2006 before the order for population reduction. Population projections at this time don't go much above 94,000. So this is probably where we're going to be for the next 5 years, unless there are major changes. Within our system, we have 13,500 medical staff. And medical in this context, and in most of the contexts I will be talking about today, does not include mental health. Obviously, medical means mental health too, in any normal reading of those words, but in this context, it does not. So the budget for medical, separate from mental health, is about $2.75 billion. The budget for the entire system of CDCR is about $14.25 billion, give or take. We spend, more per capita than any state except Alaska. And we are bigger than any system except for Texas and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So the mental health population, out of that 92,000, of which all of them are medical patients, the mental health population is now about 40%, give or take. That's a good round number to keep in mind. And then we add on to the medical staff and budget of about 3,500 staff and about $750 million. This is definitely an underestimate because all of our pharmacy staff, all of our nursing staff, all of the other bits and pieces, except for like the mental health clinicians that are directly in my department, are accounted for on the medical side. So we cost more than this, and we have more staff than this. Just for context, I live in San Francisco. The budget for the city of San Francisco is about $14.6 billion compared to the CDCR budget here. We have a new receiver, and I was talking to one of the receivers folk, and they mentioned that the budget for the entire FBI, for the entire country of the United States, is about $11 billion. So we're talking about huge, numbers here, obviously, and huge swings when policies change. You guys don't need this. I give a lecture to the CEOs when they come in and about why all of our patients are in prison, but you know that very well. When you have 100,000 people in this environment, you get a lot of lawsuits. I'm here mainly to talk about Coleman, but when I started, this was the short list that I made, and that list has just grown and grown and grown. So there's just a lot of lawsuits that we deal with, a ton of them. I will talk about Coleman, but just know they all interact. Obviously, like Armstrong, Americans with Disabilities, have a lot of overlap, and Clark, people with developmental disabled patients, they have a lot of overlap and all that stuff. So we work with a lot of legal groups. The reason I mention this is because you will probably see notes from these people or interact with them in different ways, and I just wanted to kind of lay out who the different players are here, legally speaking. CDCR, the state agency, has their own Office of Legal Affairs, OLA. CCHCS, which means California Correctional Healthcare Services, they have their legal agency that's called COLA. CCHCS, when you hear that acronym, that refers specifically to the response to the PLATA lawsuit. The PLATA lawsuit is the medical lawsuit. It's been around a little bit shorter, a little bit less time than Coleman, but is bigger. And the federal receiver in PLATA stood up this CCHCS system to respond to the PLATA lawsuit. And they are, when that lawsuit is done, the whole CCHCS organization is going to move back under CDCR, essentially. But right now, they're a distinct legal entity. They work for the federal court. Everybody in the CCHCS system, including the physicians treating patients, are agents of the court in a sense. They work for the receiver. Mental health, again, I will point out, is not medical in this context. So it's complicated, but we are technically not part of CCHCS. We are treated like CCHCS, but we're a little bit different, just for complicated reasons. We work with the office of the Attorney General quite a bit. So the DOJ, there are private law firms involved, For Coleman, the Department of State Hospitals is a named defendant in our case. So we work with their legal. The Department of Finance for the whole state of California is a named defendant. We work with their legal, of course, the governor's office and everybody else. And then many, many sort of plaintiffs and court representatives you'll see here on the right-hand side, private law firms, court agents for all the different lawsuits, all that fun stuff. And then recently we switched over from this crossed out line here of the special master. We switched over to having a receiver. I can speak more a little bit to what that means practically, functionally, if that's a point of relevance to you all. But just going to kind of move from there right now. You know, we have a new system, so now the contacts are the receiver's office, which means we are all now also sort of working for the receiver agents of the federal court. Sort of interesting change here. Okay, so Coleman specifically. When Coleman was filed in 1995 and when we were found deficient, they identified 10 primary diagnoses that were to be the subject of remediation. And so they're referred to colloquially as the Coleman 10, and they're right here. So major depressive disorders and bipolar disorders, so kind of mood disorders as a category. Schizophrenia and related psychotic disorders. This is slightly old terminology. DSM-5 now kind of clusters them differently, but it's the same thing. Substance-induced psychotic disorder, not intoxication withdrawal and not substance addiction. That was not identified as part of Coleman. That'll come up again shortly. But this whole category, the second group of bullets here, is all under the category of psychotic disorders. So a couple mood disorders and a bunch of psychotic disorders are the main Coleman 10 that we're talking about. They identified a couple other groups that need to be in the mental health treatment system, either for reason of medical necessity, just to life-saving treatment needed before they've been diagnosed, or exhibitionism. So this is an interesting one. I'll talk more about this because that was one of the questions as well. We don't really do this very much, or at least we do it in a different way than I think was originally envisioned. So you had some very good questions about what we do in this category, and the answer is relatively little. It goes to Division of Rehabilitative Programs. Okay. There are different ways to enter the mental health treatment system once you're an inmate or an incarcerated person within our system. So at the reception center, day one, walking in the door, every single person is screened. Coming in from the jails or wherever else they come from, they are all screened for mental health disorders, mental illness, active symptoms, or a history of symptoms. We just get the whole package, we put it all together, and we try to figure out what to do with that person right now. So we categorize them in terms of severity, and then they will move on to a prison where they will start at that severity, and then they can always change pretty quickly if they need to. But everybody walking in the door gets classified according to mental health level of care. The majority of them, 60% or so, are not in mental health at all, but a good chunk of them are. At any point during the stay in incarceration, they can self-refer. They can put in a slip. It's called a 7362, but they'll put in a request to be seen by mental health. And then that will be classified as, emergent, urgent, or routine. And then they'll be seen on timelines according to how it's classified. And then if there is anything there and they want treatment and they're willing to accept treatment, then they'll be entered into the system. And that can take a little bit of time, but it can also happen very, very quickly. We can hospitalize them immediately if there's something urgent going on, of course. So this is any time, day or night, they can put in a slip to be entered into the system this way. The third part is any staff referral. So this could be literally any staff, like the person serving them lunch, the chef in the kitchen, the cook in the kitchen, can be like, that guy is acting weird, I'm going to put in a slip, and I'm going to just send it to mental health, and they will deal with it. They'll figure out what's going on and what to do. So obviously the officers, obviously other healthcare professionals, medical doctors, nurses, anybody who interacts with the patient and thinks that there's something there that needs to be investigated can put in a slip. That one's called an MH5, a referral to mental health. And that one will result in a full evaluation and triage of severity and all the same stuff. So all three of these pathways lead to the same place. They're just different points of entry into our treatment system within mental health. And we do even see people for things like recent bad news. If they get a parole denial, obviously, if they have a death in the family, we will see them and check them out and make sure that we're doing everything we can to support them. A little bit more detail on initial health screenings at the reception center, timelines and things like that. I'm happy to share these slides. I can send them to Jonathan Kim or anybody afterwards, so you don't have to write all this down or anything. You can look at it at your leisure. The different levels of care that we can put people into are broadly categorized into two groups. There's the outpatient and then there's the inpatient. So we have a lot of acronyms, so many acronyms in CDCR, but the lowest level of care, regular outpatient, like you or me, if we were seeing a mental health clinician on the outside, you just see them when you need them and that sort of thing. Inside CDCR, we call that triple CMS. It's Correctional Clinical Case Management Systems. The names are terrible, I didn't come up with them. But that one is basically, you have to see a psychiatrist at least every 3 months if you're on medications, and every 1 year if you're not on medications, to be evaluated for medications. And then you see your therapist at least every 3 months as well. And these are generally separate appointments. So you get at least 2 appointments every 3 months. And you can, of course, drop a request or a slip at any time to be seen more frequently than that. Or the clinician may just decide, hey, I want to check in with you more often. This is the sort of absolute floor minimum number of times you need to be seen to be in that outpatient level of care. At that level of care, you are housed with other incarcerated people in the general population. So you are housed with people who are obviously not in mental health or who are on an active gang yard or whatever else. You're just in a regular population, essentially. 27 out of our 30 facilities can accommodate this level of care. That's basically all of them. There's a few desert institutions in the southeast that don't, but basically everybody else can accommodate this level of care. They're just housed along with everybody else. The next step up is called enhanced outpatient. So that one you have to see your psychiatrist at least every month, and that's whether you're on meds or not, I believe. And you have to see your therapist at least every week. So that's a fairly high level of care, a fairly high level of check-in on that patient. They also, in addition to that, get at least 10 hours of what we call structured therapeutic activity. I'm summarizing it as group treatment here, but there's a whole list of things that qualify and don't, obviously. You have to get at least 10 hours every week. So that may be in addition to your education, your school, or your job. You can obviously hold a job in any of these levels of care. And so this is in addition to those things. You have to have 10 hours of structured mental health treatment of some kind every week. EOP does not live in a general population environment. They do not live with people who are not in mental health treatment. They only live with other EOP, enhanced outpatient. The idea here from a long time ago was that these people are obviously lower functioning, higher severity of illness, and they are ripe to be taken advantage of by their peers who are more sophisticated or take opportunities to use these people for their own purposes, kind of thing. And so there was a decision made that they would live only together with other EOP patients. This has had a lot of knock-on consequences in the sense that EOP is, broadly speaking, what we call non-designated, which means that they are not allowed to have active gangs on those yards, which means if you go to a non-designated yard, an EOP yard, you are in a place where there are no gangs. And if you were a gang member, you are now considered out of the gang, which is obviously bad for people who did not want to be out of the gang. They will now, if they go back to a gang yard, if they leave EOP, go to a lower level of care, go back to an active yard, they may be targeted if they don't have the right connections and the right people understanding what happened. They may be targeted as a dropout, and that's a serious threat, obviously, a serious risk. And so this was an unintended consequence, but this is the system that we have, essentially. From there, you can have inpatient levels of care, and there's a few different levels of that. MHCB, mental health crisis bed, that's basically emergency department or emergency room. That one you're seeing, at least every 24 hours at the beginning. That goes to every 3 days, and there's some other rules around that. But an inpatient setting, like an emergency department, the functional piece of that is you have 24-hour nursing. So 24-hour nursing care, someone is there, on your unit actively. So it's a very high level of care. Typically, you only stay there for 7 days or less, 10 days or less, but we can authorize longer stays, of course, when that's appropriate. What we try to do, if you need a longer stay, is we send you to a PIP. That's a psychiatric inpatient program. So there's a couple different levels of care within the PIP. There's intermediate and acute. I'm not going to get into it too much, but that's a very high level of care, but a longer term one. We have PIPs. We have these PIP beds that are basically prisons that function as hospitals, right? And then DSH has PIP beds, and those are hospitals that can but really shouldn't function as prisons, right? So they're hospitals first and foremost, and so only relatively safe, nonviolent patients can go to those beds. But we have contracted beds with DSH. We pay them every year for the beds, whether they're filled or not. And we do our best to get these people out of a prison environment, get them into a therapeutic environment, a hospital treatment standard environment, where they can be treated as patients, and ideally get better in that environment. So we're very fortunate to have this partnership with DSH. We both have been patients. Some of those beds changed hands because CDCR wanted to manage them more closely or more tightly, but we still have beds on either side of that divide. So there were a lot of questions about the difference between EOP and CCC, for example. The main difference there is that higher severity of illness, lower level of functioning. If you're moving back and forth between those levels of care, your clinical team is kind of tracking your at the moment level of functioning. You may say that you're functioning pretty well. You've been doing well for 6 months, a year. We're going to move you to CCCMS. We're going to try to help you tolerate that environment, succeed in that environment, because you're going to have to be out in the world once we release you. We don't want to institutionalize you if we can avoid it. And then they go into that environment, and maybe they stay there for a couple years, which is great. Every opportunity is a good opportunity. And then they may crash again. They may have a resurgence of symptoms or what we call decompensation. And then the clinical team that's taking care of them is like, wow, they need more help than we can give them in this CCCMS outpatient environment. So they'll send them back into the EOP. And that back and forth does happen quite a bit. And the moment at which you see them in a board of parole hearing could be anywhere in that path, right? So your questions are very valid about, like, what does that mean if someone is about to move back and forth? And typically that means that for whatever reason, they've been able to maintain stability. They're getting ready to move back to a lower level of care, or vice versa. They may be on their way back to a higher level of care. So there's patients that are always CCC. There's CCCMS is what we call CCC. And then there's patients that are always EOP. They're just low functioning, and they're never really, their prognosis is that they will never improve enough to go to a general population. And then there's those patients in the middle that sort of go back and forth a little bit. Our duty to our patients is to maintain them at the lowest level of care, services, whatever, that they can tolerate, right? Like, so you wouldn't put them in an administrative segregation unit if they didn't need to be in an ADSEG. Same way, you wouldn't put them at a higher level of mental health care if they didn't need to be there, because there are certain things you cannot access when you're an EOP. You can't go to a fire camp, for example. You can't get certain, you can't be at certain prisons that offer certain rehabilitative programs. I mentioned that CCCMS is available at 27 out of 30 institutions. EOP is only available at about half. So if you really want to be close to your family and you're an EOP, we may not be able to send you to that prison. So we try to keep everyone at the lowest level of care that they can tolerate so that they can have the widest available options. But of course, if they can't tolerate it, they got to be EOP, and then we'll just keep them there, essentially, or move them in and out of the program. All right, so all of this is sort of overlaid with the security levels within the system. So, you know, an EOP in a level 1, which is someone with a very low criminal severity, is very different from an EOP in a level 4, which is someone with a lot of points, right? A lot of the custodial points where they've done a lot of rules violations. So these are very different populations. We call them all EOP, but they are by no means the same. What level you're at says a lot about the environment you're living in and that sort of thing. And so, again, we want everyone in my department works here because we're here to try to help these patients. And so we want them at the lowest level of sort of, you know, restriction that they can be at. We don't have any influence on their custodial level based on their points, obviously, but we all see that if they're in a level 4 environment, they are more fearful. They're more subject to violence and things like that. So we're always trying to advocate for our patients to be in the safest possible environment. And sometimes that's COP, sometimes that's not, but that's kind of our role. There's also restricted housing. So I mentioned administrative segregation. That's the old term, ASU. The new term is restricted housing unit, RHU. That changed in 2024, 25, something like that. Recently, there was a governor's order to basically figure out a way to get people in these restricted housing units less. It's basically like a jail within the prison, right? So get them out of there as much as possible. Give them as much opportunity as possible to earn credits, to you know, get good time, to work towards their diplomas and things like that. And so this big shift happened towards RHU, restricted housing, which is a lower level, I would say, of punishment. Like there were restrictions on how long you could stay in restricted housing. There were restrictions on what offenses can get you into restricted housing. As you can imagine, all of these things have unintended consequences. There's no way you can do all of this right the first time. So we're going back, we're making some changes, but broadly speaking, this was to decrease the amount of time people spent in the jail within a prison, or restricted housing, as we call it. When you're in restricted housing, you are much more likely to have despair and hopelessness and all of the things that lead to suicide. So we do our best to give extra services to people who are in this restricted housing setting. So if you're in restricted housing, you're going to get an elevated level of mental health attention from mental health clinicians, from nurses, from a variety of people. So we do assessments whenever anybody who's in mental health gets a rules violation. We'll do a mental health assessment to say, how much did their mental illness contribute to that rules violation? And it is not a capacity assessment. It is not determinative in terms of what is going to happen to that patient. It is purely for mitigation. So the special hearing officer will take that into account when they decide how much punishment to assign, essentially. We are not the final word in that. We just make our recommendation, and then that's up to the show, the special hearing officer. So you may see a few of those assessments, but just to be clear, they are not capacity assessments. They are not, you know, similar to NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity assessments, nothing like that. They're just for mitigation purposes, essentially. All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Our population is mostly outpatient. Between outpatient and enhanced outpatient, that's 95% of our people. We have about 5% inpatient. It's including our DSH beds, so it's just our breakdown. I mentioned different levels of care are available at different institutions. This is an old chart, but it's just demonstrative of the fact that we may have to transfer you. If you change levels of care, we may need to send you to a new prison, which can be disruptive as well. So we try to be cognizant of that. DRP programs, Department of Rehabilitative Programs, their programs and classes and things are not available at every institution. So on the left here, again, you'll have these slides. This is just supposed to be demonstrative. This isn't even up to date, but on the left side is the institution. On the top is the services offered, like auto body, building maintenance, construction 101, carpentry, etc. Some things are available everywhere. You get education everywhere. You get substance use disorder treatment everywhere. But everything else depends on where you're at. So patients may want to move from facility to facility to access certain training programs. And if you're restricted based on your mental health level of care, you may not be able to access every program. That's part of why we try to keep them down at the lowest levels of care. Okay, questions. And I'm just blowing through so that I get to everything, but again, stop me anytime. So the first question I got was, sometimes we get commissioners may recommend that a patient gets one-to-one therapy to address causative factors of their crimes. Does the mental health program provide any avenue to address causative factors underlying crimes, including things like insight and ACE or adverse childhood experiences? That's broadly speaking, we try to be a trauma-informed treatment program, and ACEs are an important part of that, making sure that we understand that virtually everyone in our system has had some really horrible things happen in their lives, whether for whatever reason, right? So complicated reasons. Okay. The answer to this one is, as all of them, is a little bit complicated. So I would say it depends on how much mental illness contributed to the causative factors of their crime. There is a huge body of literature that you all probably know far more than me about whether people are, bad versus mad, right? Like, is everyone who commits a crime or does something horrific, are they all crazy? No, right? They're not. And so there's a lot of back and forth between this. But if they commit their crime because of a paranoid delusion, or when they're psychotic, or when they're depressed and are striking out and have no other avenue and that sort of thing, or the victim of abuse in many cases, right? Then getting some insight into the contributions of that mental illness and the consequences for deviations from treatment recommendations, right? Long-term, sort of what they need to do to stay healthy. That can do a lot of good, and we do that in our mental health treatment system. Clinicians should be talking to patients about how their mental health impacts their future potential to commit crimes, and to the extent that they are willing to come into that treatment, because it's all voluntary, we can't force anybody, to the extent that they're willing to talk about those things and work on those things, that is absolutely something that the clinician should be doing with the patients. And so that's a lot of that is, up to the patient being willing to do that. So if they have social factors, a lot of our patients are born into gangs, where their parents were in the gangs and they're born into it. There may be some useful work there to be done in terms of motivational interviewing, which is a type of therapy that was developed for people who had mixed feelings about stopping substance abuse, right? And people have mixed feelings about leaving gangs, right? That's the only social structure they know. It's their family. It's their whole life. And so we try to work with them with those mixed feelings and emphasize the negatives and decrease the positives a little bit, right? And contextualize the positives into the light of the larger picture. And so that sort of thing, again, highly dependent on whether the patient is willing to talk about those things in treatment, whether they're in treatment at all, whether they accept treatment, and then whether that clinician whether that's the most important clinical thing on the list of things to deal with, right? They may have some very acute issue that the clinician is dealing with, so they can't get to that or something. Just so you know, I am a huge advocate for family therapy. We are trying to expand into family therapy in our system. It's not something we do right now. I think it would be wonderful for us to be able to do that. It is complicated from a security perspective, right? There's communication that can occur there that can lead to passing information that would usually be monitored, and there's a bunch of things that we got to work out. But I think that would be great, and that would be, I think, speak to directly what people are talking about here. So there's that. There's also, part of what we do is working with the OMHD patients, and we don't do very much CONREP in California. I come from New York, and we have Kendra's law out there where there's involuntary outpatient commitment. We do a lot more of it over there, IOC. I think it's not funded very well in California, so we don't do as much as we could, but that is certainly something we try to work with the patient on. And I mentioned substance abuse before, not being one of the Coleman 10. In our system, in CDCR, substance abuse runs exclusively through medical. So again, medical meaning to be distinct from mental health in this context. It works through medical. It also, a huge part of it is through nursing, and a big part of it is with Department of Rehabilitative Programs, but it's not really through mental health. So to the extent that their substance abuse played a role in their crimes, which it almost always does, that doesn't really go through mental health. It is certainly something we work on in therapy, but things like medication-assisted treatment and that sort of thing does not go through their psychiatrist, it goes to their medical provider. So there's a little bit of a division there. It is something we work on in mental health because it is inseparable, regardless of, organizationally where it lives. It is obviously something we do in mental health, but it is a little tricky because of that division, just so you're aware. And then finally, there's just pure antisocial personality disorder, right? Which is a big category. We often talk about that being not treatable. It's a untreatable illness. It never goes away. That sort of thing. I think that's really a matter of semantics. We treat depression, but you may get depression again, or you may need to be on a medication for the rest of your life. So the depression has not gone away. We've treated the symptoms. So in the same way, I think I would argue that we can treat antisocial personality disorder a little. We're not very good at it, but we do have some things, basically. We can manage the symptoms better. Better than nothing. So there's you'll never make them suddenly gain empathy for people. That's just not in their makeup. But we can help manage the symptoms of ASPD, which are often expressed through criminal behavior. So there are treatments like thinking for change or moral recognition therapy, or a couple of other ones that have been developed to address that, to decrease the number of arrests and criminal behavior. So practically, the way that you get buy-in with patients at some of these therapies is to say, hey, look, is getting arrested part of your life plan? Is this helping you achieve your goals? No? Okay, well then here's how you avoid getting arrested. Don't do these criminal behaviors. Or if you're trying to achieve this goal, if you want more money or whatever, here's a more effective way to do that rather than robbing someone and kind of thing. So it's very practical. It's complicated, right? Obviously, we don't want to teach them to hide their behavior more in terms of doing it, but just not getting caught. But we do want them to hide their behavior in terms of not being antisocial all the time, right? That would be great. So it's a fine line, but we do some of that kind of therapy. There's recently been a recognition that this is an undertreated group in our system, people with this personality disorder primary picture. And ASPD, antisocial, and borderline are the top two, obviously. So we now have we are in the process of rolling out, we have some pilots right now, a personality disorder treatment program that will occur at all EOP programs within the system. So it'll be for the people who have other high comorbid mental illness or symptoms so unmanageable they need to be in an EOP. And that is happening as we speak. Thinking for Change, one of those things I mentioned, requires some training with the National Institute of Corrections, and we work with them to try to get our people trained up, and that's all happening. Okay, so short answer to this is we can do some things to address the causative factor of their crimes, but not in a blanket way. It's only insofar as it relates to their mental illness, and then within that category, insofar as they're willing to work on it with their therapist and everybody else. So you can order it, and then they may come, but they may be very cagey about talking about what happened and everything, and that leads us into the second question I got, which is, commissioners and your evaluators have access to treatment records. How do we handle those things? What are the do's and don'ts for sort of touching that information? This is a very, very sensitive category, as you can imagine. The reason medical confidentiality exists is because patients telling their doctors the truth about what's going on could mean the difference between getting an effective treatment or not, right? If someone needs to tell you their sexual habits to get the right STD treatment, or their substance abuse habits to get the right substance abuse treatment, and they need to be able to feel safe in sharing that information. And so, broadly speaking, there are certain medical records that are privileged above others, right? Mental health, substance abuse, certain diseases like HIV, genetic testing, records for minors, all of these things are special categories even within medical records that need to be treated sensitively. You get access to everything, including the mental health records, as you well should, but it is complicated in terms of what that does to the doctor-patient relationship and that sort of thing. So I would say in our system, There is a huge disincentive for patients who are afraid of what the board will think of the symptoms that are written into their chart. We see this come out in different ways. So first, the most obvious is they may avoid treatment altogether. They may just say, I'm not mentally ill, I don't want to go down that road, right? That's obvious. Or they may enter mental health, but then lie to their clinicians about their symptoms. And then we don't really know what's going on, so we can't effectively help them deal with those symptoms. Or I've had a bunch of my patients, when I was seeing patients, just get a copy of the chart every year. They're allowed to get a free copy and they can pay for copies more often. And then they will haggle with you about every word in the note, right? So they will say, take this out of my medical note and this shouldn't be right and that's not my diagnosis. And they'll like, that sort of thing. So that's also not healthy, as you can imagine. Or after a board rejection, they may assume it's because of their mental health, correctly or not. I've not seen a good correlation between those things, but they may assume that and then stop working with their clinicians. That certainly happens. So a bunch of categories and different ways in which we see this kind of trickle down to our treatment level. We do our best to explain to all of our patients that being in treatment is often seen as a positive thing. It is a sign that you recognize your faults, that you're working on your self-improvement. If we can show that you're doing better, then you're less likely to commit more crimes. And that's a good thing for everybody, including you, the patient, in terms of how people are going to treat you in a parole setting. So a lot of people do take time to work on themselves behind bars in a way that they never did in the community, and frankly won't once they go back to the community. There's a huge drop-off, as you can imagine, in people who are willing to engage with mental health in any form once they leave our system. So it's kind of a bit of a constant struggle. Looking at the note, you seeing the notes, the mental health notes, I think that's very similar to when we have to do involuntary medication orders for our patients. There's a loss of trust where I'm now going to court and saying, I think my patient needs to get this treatment that I know they don't want. And I think you, judge, should order them to get it so that I can give it to them. And that's just bad for your relationship, right? So as in recognition of that, for the Board of Parole hearing evaluations, it's not done by the treatment team. For involuntary medications, it kind of has to be by a treatment team or a very specific type of expert. But for Board of Parole hearings, quite rightly, we separate that out so that that hopefully doesn't splash back to the treating team as much, or we decrease that as much as possible. So we do our best there. I can't really say much to that you should change much about the ways that I've seen you use the mental health treatment records. I think that they're generally used appropriately and with the right expertise advising you. But the short answer is just be careful about quoting specific things in the chart. Just think about whether that's beneficial to the patient to hear. Obviously, your report is going to be your report. You shouldn't leave anything out, but just kind of think about that as you're doing your work. And if they're non-compliant or something, you need to take that into account. I'm going to talk more about what levels of non-compliance should trigger your radar here, but that should absolutely be taken into account. And there's not much we can do about the patients who say, I don't want to do any mental health because I'm afraid of this, other than outreach and education, psychoeducation, and trying to work with them over time and bring them around. So broadly speaking, I think you all do a good job, and we do our best to help you with that as much as we can within our system. This is a question I referred to a little bit earlier. Regarding those in EOP, how much awareness can they be expected to demonstrate? We often see people on the cusp of downgrading. Is there anything a clinician is using to determine that, other than stability and medication compliance? So again, there's sort of three categories of outpatients. There's the people who never need EOP, and they're high functioning. The people who will need to be in EOP forever, and they're low functioning by definition, essentially. And then there's that middle category that swings back and forth. Sometimes their functioning is okay. They're able to kind of get by and manage things. And then sometimes it's just too much and they can't manage it and they need more help. And then they get up into that higher level of care. So there's sort of a bell curve, I think, for severity within CCC and a bell curve in EOP, and those curves overlap, but the middle of those curves certainly are separate. So anyone in EOP has at least a higher level of dysfunction than your average triple CMS patient, often much more dysfunction there. So just broadly speaking, having a psychotic disorder, having schizophrenia, just having the diagnosis, the presence of the diagnosis takes about 15 points off your IQ for your awareness. So the having that diagnosis is bad for your brain. And if you have these higher severity illnesses, you're going to be lower functioning. And that lower functioning is reflected in your level of care, how often people need to check in on you and that sort of thing. So we have the category of people who are severely mentally ill, who need that help. And that's, 15 points is the difference between typical and borderline intellectual functioning, right? So close to what we say intellectually disabled. So some patients can't function in an outpatient environment or the lowest level of outpatient, more because they just annoy everyone around them, or they don't feel safe, or they self-harm quite a lot or something like that, but they don't have a different sort of severe mental illness that we would typically consider in mental health. Those people get into EOP too. I think that there are relatively few of them, and they are relatively there for good reason, because if you are self-harming a lot, even if you don't mean to kill yourself, but you are self-harming a lot, we've seen a lot of people who accidentally cut too deep or swallow one too many things, and the surgeon will not go into their abdomen anymore because there's nowhere to go that won't get into scar tissue, and the risk is too great. And or there's people who scratch superficially but then get an infection, which can cause life-threatening bacterial illness or something like that, right? So just because they are not classically mentally ill, if they are doing a certain set of behaviors, they absolutely should still be in EOP. That's still appropriate for them, because they could still do more harm to themselves than they intend. And we try to do a good job of delineating who's in that group and who isn't, because obviously we don't want people in EOP that are going to take advantage of their peers. So it's a constant struggle, a constant battle back and forth to figure out, well, this guy should be, but this guy shouldn't, and that sort of thing. But there's a lot of back and forth there. But by and large, I would trust the level of care determination that you see. If they are EOP, they probably should be there. And if they are swinging back and forth between EOP and CCC, that tells you that they are at a borderline level of functioning, which is going to be worse than your typical outpatient. So that is generally reliable, I would say, broadly speaking. So let's see. Yeah, they may have also been non-compliant or not participate in treatment at the higher levels of care, and so may drop or boost because of that. So I'm going to talk more about compliance in a second, but okay, that's this one. Perfect. Good segue. An IP means identified patient, and the mental health program is scheduled for a parole hearing. We see they've recently been refusing meds. At what point does that become a problem? Okay, so this is where I put my psychiatry hat on. This one really depends on the medications. The medications themselves depend on the symptoms, so it's kind of secondary to the symptoms, and the symptoms they're meant to treat. But it really does matter here what the medication is. So in my practice, if someone is if they are non-compliant with a mood stabilizer, I take that pretty seriously. If you're on a mood stabilizer, lithium, Depakote, like those kinds of things, right? Then if you don't take that, you could become manic, which is one of the most dangerous times in any mental illness, is when you're manic, right? You have way less inhibitions on your behaviors. You may do things that are extremely risky or illegal or whatever else because you have no inhibition. You're manic, and your brain is just working on autopilot. You're not really doing any of the frontal lobe checks that you would usually do. So non-compliance with a mood stabilizer is what I would put near the top. If someone is prescribing you lithium, you should really be taking your lithium. We don't use that medicine for nothing. That's an important one, kind of thing. The next step down would be non-compliance with an antipsychotic. Again, huge side effects from those meds. No doctor wants to give those medications to someone unless they really need it. Huge side effects being, weight gain and diabetes and all the other stuff that goes along with that. So if you're on an antipsychotic on a significant dose, I will make a small caveat that sometimes people are on baby doses like 0.25 or 0.5 milligrams of something like Risperdal or risperidone. That can be for a variety of reasons. It could also be as a mood stabilizer, which is still a high risk thing. But if you're on any sort of significant dose, and again, I hope you use your experts to tell you what is significant and what isn't. But the classical antipsychotics like Haldol, or the secondary ones like Risperdal or Seroquel, or well, you won't see people on Seroquel, but that sort of medication. That's number 2 in severity. Mood stabilizers, number 1. And number 2, antipsychotics. If you don't take your antipsychotic, you will get more psychotic at some point. Maybe not right away, but at some point, yes. And that will lead to delusions, and then delusions influence your behavior. There is not, just to be clear, you almost certainly know this better than I do, but there's not a strong correlation between the simple presence of mental illness and increased violence. There's really a specific category called TCO, thought control override. If you have those symptoms, you are more likely to be violent. And those symptoms mean you believe that someone else is controlling your thoughts. Like if you think you have a chip in your head and someone is sending radio waves to control your thoughts or behavior, you are more likely to be violent because you are reacting to this, what you perceive as external control. So TCO delusions, delusions that have to do with thought control override, are the ones that are associated with most associated with violence. Even in that category, in everybody, but even in that category, you're much more likely to be violent against yourself if you have mental illness than anybody else. And the rates of violence by mentally ill people because of their mental illness are such that they're generally lost in the statistical noise of more broad violence. So this is not a huge category. All the black swans of like very severely mentally ill people doing huge horrific crimes are one-offs, right? And broadly speaking, that's not how they behave. But if you're on an antipsychotic, you will get psychotic without it, likely. And if you have this specific type of delusion, you will likely get violent. Not likely, you're more likely to get violent. That's something we worry about. Third category after antipsychotics is antidepressants. Again, much more likely to hurt yourself than anybody else, but that is a concern. And if you are severely depressed, you may strike out against people, or you may lose things in your life, like social contacts and housing and things that will drive you to criminal behavior, like stealing to feed yourself and that sort of thing, if you're severely depressed. So if you're on an antidepressant, that's the third one. And I should say, I'm on an antidepressant. I don't think that automatically makes me violent or anything else. I think that that's something that a lot of us know, people that are on this stuff, and it doesn't make you crazy, it doesn't make you violent, but if you're non-compliant, you are more likely to become depressed. And if you have a history of criminal behavior, there may or may not be an association there that is worth considering. So I would say that's definitely third category in terms of like what to be worried about. And then last is anti-anxiety medications. I put that last because we just don't have access to the good ones in prison. So you won't see that very much. The ones that you'll see, that anti-anxiety medications you'll see, are things like Vistaril or Clonidine, which are pretty weak sauce. They're not nothing, they do help, but non-compliance with that is not going to make or break somebody. So just quick recap, if you're non-compliant with the mood stabilizer, biggest problem. Antipsychotic, second problem. Antidepressant, much less of a problem. Anti-anxiety medicine from a prison psychiatrist, definitely the least of your problems. I wouldn't go too crazy about that sort of thing. The last category is medications that are prescribed PRN. That it means pro re nata, which means as needed, basically. And those ones are perfectly safe to be non-compliant with. They're prescribed in such a way that you don't have to take them every day. You take them when you need them, when you're having a panic attack or something like that. So anyone who's on a PRN medication, and that'll be in the prescription, it'll be listed as PRN, there is no non-compliance essentially with a PRN medicine, because you don't have to take it all the time. So, okay, and then my last consideration, again, with my psychiatrist hat on, is if I'm prescribing you a medication and you're not taking it regularly, you are much more likely to have more side effects and less benefit from that medication. So ideally, you should either take it or I should take you off the medicine, because I don't want to do more harm than good. And if I'm not benefiting you very much because you're not taking it very much, probably shouldn't be on that medication. Or I should get a court order. If I really need you to be on that medicine, I should go get a court order for it. And that's obviously a very small percentage of patients. All right, the last big question, and then we have a series of small ones that I can get through more quickly. Last big one is for both treatment and public safety. Are there plans to develop or expand services for the PC290 sex offender category of patients that are not currently addressed within the MHSDS? Are there certain diagnoses that would qualify for mental health treatment, even if they're not in the MHSDS? So if you get mental health treatment in CDCR, you are in the MHSDS. If you are seen less than 3 times a year, that can be done on a consult sort of service provided sort of system. So less than 3 times a year, we can just check in on you when you ask for it. We won't see you automatically. You have to ask every time. But if you're doing more than about 3 times a year, you might as well go into that outpatient level of care, which is every 90 days, and just get seen every 90 days, right? If we're gonna devote the resources to that, you should be in mental health. So basically, if you have a diagnosis that gets regular mental health treatment, you have to be in mental health in our system. That is partially because historically the court was concerned about sort of shadow treatment, like doing mental health treatment with the category of patients that are not monitored the way that mental health patients are, and that happening outside the purview of the court. So they said, just bring them in, just put them in the system, and so we can keep track. That is a little bit of a disincentive because several gangs do not allow their members to be involved in mental health, as we talked about before. Even if you're not going to an EOP, several gangs don't want you to be in mental health. We've seen a loosening of that in the last 10 years or so, 5-10 years, especially from African American gangs who are recognizing that, wow, these people are really difficult to manage. We would love mental health to manage them, but Hispanic gangs and some other gangs are still more strict about that. You cannot be a part of mental health officially. So that is a bit of a problem, but it's a problem built into the system. Okay. Sex offenders. So I showed you earlier on that in the original Coleman 1995 stuff, exhibitionism was one of the original criteria in there. So exhibitionism is a category of sex offense under paraphilias, and it is something that was identified as a Coleman issue early on. However, we do not routinely provide that treatment in MHS, in the mental health system in prison. Jason or Mr. Cam or anybody, tell me if I'm hitting time. I'm almost done, but tell me if I got to end sooner. So we don't provide that treatment. Division of Rehabilitative Programs took that on many years ago, and they started a pilot program at one institution, Corcoran. So it was only able to serve a very narrow slice of people with sex offenses. And that pilot is now being shut down and was never really expanded or anything like that. So even that is kind of going away. We did have some individual clinicians with an interest in this, and they would run groups at their institution, but it was in a way that if that clinician ever left CDCR, that group would end. We didn't have a requirement to sustain that. It was just done by the interest of the clinician. It's a big category. I'm going to give you a couple numbers, but at a very rough count, I just did some research before this meeting, but don't take this to the bank, but we have about 23,000 people in CDCR that have an R suffix, the sexual offender registry. Not all of them have a pedophilia diagnosis, obviously. So out of that 23,000, in a recent recidivism report, so counting parole and everybody else, about 9,000 of those people receive mental health treatment. The per year, per annum, the 2020 cohort, for example, in the recidivism, had about 1,900 of them receiving treatment. Recidivism is a bit below 50% for sex offenders, which is below the average recidivism for all crimes, right? And broadly speaking, and they're often rearrested for non-sex offenses rather than sex offenses. Let me see. Okay, in our system, the number of people with a paraphilia diagnosis, which is primarily exhibitionism, and then second most common is pedophilia, is 267. That is a vanishingly tiny number, right? Out of 23,000 people with an R suffix, 267 have a diagnosis in our medical record. People with exhibitionism, the Coleman mandate is 126, so even smaller than that. So the fact of the matter is, we don't diagnose it. And I'm just being honest with you. We should probably more, but we just don't diagnose it. It's not part of the system that is set up as it currently stands. We don't diagnose sexual illness in any real systematic way. Some clinicians do, and some are better about it, and that's why we have those 250, 200, 300 patients. But obviously there are many, many more who should have the diagnosis in our system. So in terms of treatment, while we don't have a structured treatment system, there's also a lot of literature on whether sex offender treatment is effective. Done properly, it should follow a risk needs responsivity, what we call RNR model, where you identify the people who are the most likely to benefit from treatment, which is not necessarily the most severely ill, the most severely reoffending or whatever else. It's the most likely to benefit from treatment. So I have not seen great studies that have parceled out that category of people. Broadly speaking, studies show that about 11% of treated sex offenders reoffend, and about 17.5% of control, people without treatment, control groups, will reoffend. So not a huge difference, 5-6% there, 6-7% maybe, but if you did a good R&R model and identified the people who would benefit the most, you're more likely to get a response there. And please, Commissioner Barton, go ahead.
Yeah, so the statistics that you're throwing out are entire population.
Yes,
we break out those that appear to the board versus those that don't go through the board to get released. So your statistics are not necessarily applicable to the population that we see and release, because you're giving a statistic for someone that perhaps had no incentive to program whatsoever because they were getting out on the normal as a determinate sentence. So the problem I have with you putting out those statistics is there are people in this training, advocates from both sides, I think, that are maybe going to be misled and say, well, these people have this high rate of recidivism, when actually, when you probably parcel that out for those that are lifers that go through the board process, that number, I think, would be drastically lower.
You are absolutely right. I am not doing a good job, and I could not agree with you more. The reoffending for sex offenders is lower than average to begin with, and small numbers of those people reoffend, and in these studies, small subsets of those reoffend. These are very, very percentages of percentages of percentages. You're right. I'm not doing a good job in sort of laying that out properly. I apologize for that. And you're right. The studies are done taking all comers, which is not the population we deal with. And so you're absolutely right. Please forgive me for that, and for advocates in the audience and stuff as well. That was my apologies. That's my bad. Yes.
That's okay, Dr. Mehta. Do you have some more information you want to share with us? Otherwise, we'll go to questions from board members.
Yeah, let's go to questions. That's great. Thank you.
Does any board member have any questions? Dr. Cozell?
Hi. So I was under the impression that psychologists in the institution were not doing risk assessments on individuals coming before the board because, one, they didn't have the necessary training to do so, and two, they didn't always have the adequate objectivity to do so. So this idea that we don't want to rupture the therapeutic relationship, I feel like that's not why clinicians in the institution don't do risk assessments. So I don't know about that message being put out there.
Gotcha.
But with that being said, how much training are CDCR clinicians given on the expected limits of confidentiality working in this setting? How much training do they have before working with incarcerated people?
Yeah, you're right. I can say it maybe a little bit better with the first point, that it is very good that we sort of separate out the people doing the assessments who have more training in that category and separate those from the treatment team, essentially. But the patients may not understand or recognize the difference. To the patients, there are mental health clinicians out there in the world, and if some mental health clinicians are looking at their records and making recommendations based on their training in forensics, and other clinicians are just doing the treatment, the patients tend to lump those together, in my experience, and just sort of say, well, you're all mental health treatment, so if I tell you something, it's going to be used against me and that sort of thing. So you're right that there are other reasons that we do separate assessments, and we do the same with OMHD, but we don't have the OMHD assessments done by the treating clinicians. There's a whole team that just does OMHD, right? And so there are good reasons why we do that are different than rupturing the therapeutic relationship. But inevitably, whenever mental health is brought up in these cases, it ruptures the therapeutic relationship, even though that's inappropriate. But according to both of our understanding, that shouldn't roll over onto the clinical team, but it does, sadly. So we do our best to explain to the patient that those are different categories, different people, different expertise. But it's still, unfortunately, it's inseparable a little bit there. But right, so you mentioned what sort of training do they get in terms of what are the limits of confidentiality and that sort of thing. For orientation at every institution, we do have a pretty robust list of things. So if you're in an outpatient setting, whenever you talk to your patient, you say, okay, the exceptions to confidentiality are if you tell me you're going to hurt yourself or imminently hurt somebody else. If you tell me you just hurt somebody a little while ago, I may not have to tell anyone. But if you tell me you are going to hurt someone, I do. And so there's like a set of things that we have to create exceptions for in any form of treatment, any mental health treatment, in or out of prison. In a prison, the treatment, we hope, is as close as possible to community treatment. So you're right, there isn't a lot of special training in terms of doing risk assessments or things like that, because we don't want that done by those clinicians. They're supposed to be doing treatment as a community standard level of treatment kind of thing. That's, California model, that sort of thing. But so the training that we give them is basically like, when you're in prison, there's a whole category of extra confidentiality exceptions you need to tell your patients about. And that is the safety of the institution, safety and security of the institution. So if they tell you they're going to escape tomorrow, they're not going to hurt someone. It's not a terrorist warning per se, but you still need to tell an officer that, because that's a safety and security of the institution issue. So there's a whole category of extra exceptions that we teach our people coming in the door, that they need to tell the patients that these things are also exceptions. For the parole hearing, they get to see your whole record. That's an exception. There's other little exceptions internally to us, like if you get certain drug testing and things, that we have to explain those exceptions to them as well. So yes, very well said and good point.
And bear in mind that we are running a little bit over our time. Any more questions or comments for Dr. Mehta? Hearing none, thank you so much, Dr. Mehta.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Take care.
And speaking of mental health and physical health, this is the perfect time for us to also address our own mental health and physical health. So we're going to take a 10 minutes break, come back at 11:16 for our last presentation before lunch. So we'll be back at 11:16. Thank you, everybody. Right here? Actually, it was my fault. Mr. Rodriguez, self-awareness. You may proceed.
No worries. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all here today. Thank you for having me. I'll be presenting today on transformation versus presentation, understanding gang disengagement on GPRs. I'm a regional program manager and lead facilitator for the GRIP Training Institute. Next slide. So who I am and why my perspective matters in all of this. Myself, I was incarcerated at the age of 19. I served 22 years within CDCR with a life sentence and disengaged while on a GPR. I was deeply involved in the prison politics and the gang activity while incarcerated and before choosing to change my life. When I did, I was found suitable through programming and disengagement and demonstrating change. Excuse me. I now work inside general population facilities, NDPF facilities, and CCWF with incarcerated women as well. I'm currently still a participant, a facilitator, and regional manager for the GRIP Training Institute. Next slide. So what is GRIP? I'm sure you're all asking, right? So GRIP is a evidence-based, trauma-informed restorative justice, accountability, and healing program. It's not just an intervention, it's a 13-month, 104-hour intensive journey that requires real work. Students complete 15 core assignments, along with extensive writing, reflection, and group processing. Work that demands vulnerability, self-examination, and accountability. Over the course of that journey, students move through 4 core elements of the program. which is cultivating mindfulness, developing emotional intelligence, stopping their violence, and understanding victim and survivor impact. In that process, they're asked to face trauma, examine belief systems, process unhealed pain, and take responsibility for the harm that they have caused. The purpose of GRIP is not just behavioral compliance, it's transformational, it's healing. The goal is for people to move from an offender way of living to becoming peacemakers, servants, and men and women capable of living with accountability, healing, and nonviolence. So a little bit about those 4 elements, which are the quarters to each of our year program. Cultivating mindfulness is the foundation of GRIP. It teaches the difference between a blind reaction and a cultivated response. That difference is not abstract. It's the difference between escalating harm and making a nonviolent choice. The program teaches people to slow down, notice their triggers, track what is happening in their body and mind, and interrupt that kind of automatic reactivity that leads to violence. So mindfulness gives participants the ability to pause before acting, which is a core violence interrupter skill. In our second quarter of the curriculum, our students learn to develop emotional intelligence. We teach IQ may get you through school, but emotional intelligence does get you through life. This is the part of the curriculum that helps participants identify grief, trauma, their shame, and the belief systems that have been driving their behavior their whole lives. The core idea is simple. If emotional pain is not processed, it gets projected onto other people, especially those closest to us. Emotional intelligence helps participants move from numbing, blaming, and acting out to recognizing feelings, tolerating distress, and making better choices. In the third quarter of our year program, GRIP's very clear here. You can only stop your own violence. You can't stop anyone else's. This element focuses on understanding what one's violence actually looks like, how anger and rage build in the body, and how violent behavior is learned, and therefore can be unlearned. Participants study their own patterns, their triggers, their escalation, and their rage reaction, right? So they can replace harmful behavior with empathy and skillful means. Our last quarter of the year, we guide our students into what is our understanding their victim and survivor impact. This fourth element is about enduring accountability. Participants examine how their offense rippled through the lives of victims, survivors, families, and communities. This deepens empathy, supports making amends, and helps accountability become a lived behavior rather than just a statement. It also makes clear that victim impact work in GRIP is not just isolated, it's strengthened by earlier work in mindfulness that I just mentioned, the emotional intelligence, and the understanding and stopping our violence. This element moves participants from self-focus into a genuine accountability by centering the harm caused on others. So GRIP is not just asking participants to behave better, it's teaching them how to understand the roots of their violence, regulate themselves differently, and take meaningful accountability for the harm they've caused. So that's what GRIP is, right? And it's really important to understand that as we get into, the bigger topic here today. Next slide. So general population versus non-designated programming facilities. Next slide. So both yard types are important and serve different institutional purposes, right? General population yards often provide more structure and predictability, which can help participants who are in good standing feel safer and engaging in deeper self-reflection, right? On GP yards, students may be more ready to speak honestly about their trauma, excuse me, crime, accountability, and belief systems. On NDPF yards, excuse me, they present more instability, more complexities there, which may cause participants to be more cautious and guarded at first. Now, what I mean by that is a lot of individuals come straight from county into NDPF yards. They have different types of offenses that are frowned upon on general population yards or otherwise. On NDPF yards, trust building often takes a lot longer for someone programming, right? Especially for students carrying this fear, these mistrusts, or complicated institutional histories, right? Like debriefing, as opposed to just staying on an NDPF yard when it was previously a general population yard, or when it was offered to them. So these are some of the complexities that they have on these NDPF yards. But even so, many NDPF participants do open up deeply once safety, consistency, and trust are established within the program. GRIP uses screening that we do when we do our orientations. We do interview participants to identify the readiness within each one of them. This lessens a little bit some of that resistance, and we get participants that are better able or ready to actually participate in this intensive program. GRIP can work in both environments. They do work in both environments, but the pace of trust building and vulnerability often differs depending on the yard culture and the stability of the yard, right? Politics, programming, staff, all these things matter. Both GP and NDPF yards matter, and they create different conditions for this work. In general, GP settings tend to offer more structure, which can help students feel safe, right? And this is what I just mentioned earlier, enough to open up sooner. What I mean by this is on GP yards, their paperwork has been checked, right? They're there under the political system that's there. Their paperwork has been checked. And as long as they're not in debt or violating any rules, they're not trying to survive, so to speak. So they're more open, and they walk into the doors able to talk about their crimes, talk about their life experiences, right? They're not hiding. They're not trying to survive from anything. In NDPF settings, trust takes a little bit longer because of that instability, that mistrust, and the realities of their yard culture. What I mean by that, again, is there's a lot of unstructured gangs, extortions, violences, hiding, people that are hiding, but we brought them to prison, right? So it takes a little bit of more work. It's a little bit harder, so it takes a little bit longer. But once of that safety and that consistency are established by, especially by our outside facilitating staff that were previously incarcerated, emulating the program, they begin to engage more deeply. That's why screening and these interviews that we do really matter.
From your calendar, SATF starts in 30
Alexa,
minutes.
stop. My apologies. My personal secretary there. But once that consistency is established, many of our students do engage deeply. That's why the interviews really matter in what we're doing, right? So next slide. So can a person really disengage and remain on a GPR? I think that's one of the biggest questions, right? So in short, yes. So I want to make this slide a little personal because this is where my own experience really does matter. My disengagement started years before my transformational journey that eventually led to my board hearing journey. And I think this is key to understanding the difference between transformation and presentation as well, right? And what I mean by that is I ended up in administrative segregation when I came into the carceral system. You name it, I did it because I got deeply involved in prison politics and gangs when I was not from a street gang. I felt my life was over, so I deeply got involved and immersed myself in what this culture was. That led me to be placed in administrative segregation, under investigation countless times, spent many years in administrative segregation, and then went through the whole process that many of you already are familiar with, right? I spent years living within those consequences of my actions, right? My gang involvement and my participation in this political culture. There were transfers. I was removed from institutions because I was considered a risk to the institution. There were years of instability and consequences, but in that period, something important began to change, right? So all of this matters in understanding transformation versus presentation and being able to identify these things. When this important change began, when I made the commitment and I decided that there was something that I needed to change, that's where my disengagement really started. It started before there was any board journey, before there was any idea of trying to look good, before transformation had a name in my life, right? It started when I was no longer actively supporting gang culture, when I was no longer supporting or being involved in gang politics or that way of thinking, right? And over time, this what I was pursuing shifted, right? Everything shifted for me, and I went from being connected to this lifestyle to becoming fully committed to my own change. So when I speak about disengagement on GP, on general population facilities, I'm not talking about appearance. I'm talking about a long process of consequences, separation from old ways of thinking, and a demonstrated commitment to transformation. That's the difference between presentation and transformation. Presentation is something a person can perform for a moment. Transformation is something that shows up over years, especially when no one is applauding and there's no immediate reward. You're not getting nothing for it. You're actually still going through some of the consequences, right? Real transformation begins long before it becomes visible in a hearing room. And it's seen in our central file, 128Bs, investigative reports, all those things right there. Those negative documents start to drop off. They become stale. They start to shift from what is those negative reports into something that's vocational certificates, excuse me, college reports, grades, laudatory chronos from staff. That's where you could start to see the shift. Now, next slide. What disengagement looks like today, what I've described so far is the internal side of disengagement, where it begins and how it develops over time. Going to my personal journey, this is where I believe Commissioner Ruff, in my hearing, was able to see where I started my disengagement and where I went from transformation before entering the hearing room, right? This slide is about the same what disengagement looks like in everyday life today. If somebody truly disengages, what should staff and peers really see, what should they be able to see in that is this, right? They're going to see that shift from those old negative reports into these positive now chronos, certificates, and whatnot. That's what they should actually be able to see now, right? So today, disengagement is not just a statement, it shows up in how a person lives, is what I'm trying to express here and trying to get across. Their focus shifts towards the vocations, the self-work, educating themselves about themselves, rehabilitation, and pro-social activity, right? Their free time is no longer centered around political circles, but around programs, classes, educational spaces. They avoid the things that keep people tied to the dysfunction, the drugs, the debt, the disrespect, the political environment. And overall, they live in a highly disciplined and structured life within themselves, right? In their journey of transformation. That kind of change becomes visible over time to anyone who is paying attention, right? Especially staff, correctional staff that can see and observe. Real disengagement becomes visible in routine, association, priorities, and conduct, right? Now they're associating with pro-social individuals, programs, and whatnot. Their priorities are to get to class, to get the next vocational trade, and they conduct themselves as if they were already in society. Next slide. So walking away on good standing versus debriefing. Excuse me. Many people on GP, general population facilities, are not choosing good standing because they're still active. They're choosing it because debriefing can carry serious consequences for family, community ties, and ultimately their reentry support. So what I want to explain why walking away on good standing is the path a lot of people on general populations aim for rather than debriefing. For many, that decision is not about, again, remaining active. It's about safety, family, and the realities of returning home. Because we all know the door's there if you're actually transformed. The door's there if you're actually doing the work and becoming who you're supposed to be. A lot of these men and women still have families living in the same neighborhoods and the territories affected by gang influence. Those are also often the same family members who will be critical to their success on parole. The people providing emotional support, housing, stability, foundation for reentry are huge. For myself, I wouldn't be where I'm at today, a regional manager for a phenomenal program out here and serving my community and serving the men and women inside, had I not had the family support and being able to come back to my community, right? That for me was huge and pivotal in my success today. So when someone avoids an NDPF facility or going that route or debriefing, it doesn't automatically mean that they still are active in gang culture. In many cases, it means they're trying to protect the people they love and preserve the support system they'll need when they come home. What that often looks like on a GP yard is it's not active involvement, but disciplined distance is what I call it, right? I'm disciplined in keeping myself away from those things that could easily draw me back in. They mind their own business. They're not concerned about, who said what or what's going on or what they're going to do next. They avoid the debts. The debts are what keep you on the hook. The debts are what keep you, on the list, so to speak, right? You're up next because you owe money or something, right? They avoid the debt. They avoid the negative behavior and the politics as much as possible. They respect, the rules on the yard while continuing to separate themselves from the conduct, right? And the thinking, most importantly, that once kept them trapped there. That is why it is important to distinguish between someone who is still active and someone who is quietly, consistently disengaging while staying on good standing. For many, good standings is not a sign of continued loyalty. It's a strategy for reducing the harm while building it, a pathway home. Next slide. Reentry, family, and neighborhood realities. Some of this is going to sound like I'm reiterating, right? But this is really huge because a lot of the work that we do is going towards this, not just preparing to transform and heal and detach ourselves, disengage from the politics within the walls, but also projecting outwardly, right? The real world side of disengagement and reentry for many incarcerated people, family is not just emotional support. It's the most realistic foundation for housing, stability, and pro success. At the same time, those same loved ones may still live in neighborhoods that are shaped by the gang realities, right? It's just a fact, it's a reality. So when a person avoids debriefing, going to an NDPF yard, that doesn't automatically mean that they're still active. In many cases, it means they're trying to get home safely, protect the family and relationships, preserve the support system they will need to be successful on parole. What this really comes down to is reentry, because for most people, the question is not just how to disengage inside, but how to do it in a way that still allows them to get home safely and succeed once they're out, right? I've been witness to many men and women that they do, and they tap into their family, their support system, and once they are on their feet and able, they do get out of the neighborhoods. They do move on to live their lives, right? But that is key in their initial success on parole. Successful disengagement has to be understood in the context of re-entry, family support, and the neighborhood realities. Next slide. So what board needs to know, right? Next slide. Transformation versus presentation, right? This is kind of like the meat of everything we're going towards and what we really want to focus and engage on. Up to this point, I've been speaking about disengagement, yard realities, and reentry. This section is about what board needs to understand when they are trying to evaluate rather than whether change is real, because in these settings, the question is not just whether someone can say the right things. The question is whether the transformation is genuine, sustained, and visible over time, right? What board needs to know is that there's a real difference between transformation and presentation. Presentation is when a person learns how to sound right, the button words, right? How to sound right. They know the language of accountability, of rehabilitation. They know what remorse sounds like. They may know what is expected in a hearing room, right? But transformation is different, right? Transformation shows up over time. It is reflected in long-term behavior on the yard, in discipline, in service, in accountability, and how a person handles conflict, in whether they are willing to be vulnerable about the truth of their life. Real transformation is not just being able to describe trauma, it's being able to connect trauma to choices, to harm, and responsibility. It's not just naming shame, it's being able to sit in that shame without running from it, what we call in grip, sitting in the fire, blaming others or performing for an audience, right? This is why long-term conduct means so much. Words matter, but words alone cannot confirm change, right? Behavior over time does. And understanding when that started is huge. I mean, I just described my transformation, my journey started years before I got into my rehabilitative journey. One of the cleanest signs of genuine transformation is when a person can openly face the deep truths of their life. The trauma, the neglect, the shame, the grief, and the harm, right, that they caused themselves and others. With honesty, accountability, and depth, presentation can be rehearsed, transformation has to be sustained. The issue before a board is not whether someone has learned the language of change, it's whether they have lived it long enough for it to become who they are, right? And again, it's there if we're looking at it before their rehabilitative journey and throughout their rehabilitative journey. Next slide. What BPH may miss in snapshots, right, in pictures and just little moments. What BPH may miss in snapshots is the difference between how a person performs in a high pressure moment and who they have actually become over time. What do I mean by that? I was faced with various environmental situations, right? Like from racial riots to, other happenings on the yard while already in my transformation, even to the loss of my mother a year and a half before coming home and still having to go in and see Commissioner Ruff and him order an investigation. This high pressure, right? And I still performed, right? I still became who I was. I still showed who I was over time. Even on active general population yards or even on NDPF yards that have a lot of activity going on as well. If a person continues to show who he is over that long period of time, then he is more than likely transformed, right? Also, in hearings and CRAs and psych interviews, those can be intense. Those settings matter, right? But then at the same time, those can also show or capture like anxiety, pressure, presentation more than the full person. And that's something that we have to take into consideration as well. And when there's heavy reliance also on like old confidential information, that can sometimes outweigh years of documented change, programming, discipline, service, right? And daily conduct, again, those things matter to look at that and understand that. So the point here is not that the snapshots are useless, is that these snapshots are incomplete. The fuller story comes from the longitudinal patterns, how someone has lived, right? How have they lived in this time? How have they related? What have they programmed? And the conduct that themselves have displayed over time. I think BPH sees moments. Transformation is really proven in the patterns, right? And I'll lean again, right? I lean on my own experience. I believe Commissioner Ruff seen the patterns within my C file and connected them to everything that I had shown in my transformation. Next slide. So laudatory chronos and staff observation, right? How do we counterbalance a lot of these things, right? Because it's a very difficult decision that has to be made in those hearings. The officers who observe these men and women every day often have the clearest view whether change is real, right? Change takes time to measure, but it's on these day-to-day that officers have the clearest view. Correctional staff don't see them, if they don't see them in any other ideal conditions, they see them in real conditions, excuse me. And I think that's really huge, right? Because we could try to figure things out or suppose or imagine, but correctional staff actually see them in real conditions, on the yard, in the housing units, in movement, in programming, and in moments when choices matter, right? A whole race is gravitating across the yard. Did he or she do the same thing? When everybody is going around in certain political circles, did he go there or did he go to church? Did he go to programming? Did he go to grip, right? Did he prioritize those things? Did she prioritize those things? They can observe whether someone is seeking out negative activity, whether they are respectful, whether they program consistently, whether they avoid conflict, and whether they truly distancing themselves. And this is key, right? Are they truly distancing themselves from the conduct that once defined who they were? I'll give you a personal one. This past weekend, I was at an institution and I crossed the yard with an officer that knew me from before my transformation. And he engaged me on that level, right? But he had not seen me since I was, in 2006, somewhere around there. He had not seen me. So he was like, you're a different person today. But he knew me as the person that I was in my negative lifestyle, right? Those officers that see us day to day see if we're actually changing, if our change is real. And I think that's really huge, right? Or really distancing ourselves from that conduct that once defined who we are. And how do we, again, I go back to the same thing, counterbalance, right? This is why laudatory chronos and staff observations matter. They're not abstract opinions. They're firsthand observations formed over time in this real environment, right? And in some cases, those observations can help, again, counterbalance stale information, confidential information, or historical intel that may not reflect who the person actually is today, right? And I think that's really huge in understanding transformation over observation, presentation, so that we could get to a suitable decision, right? A good decision in these hearings and actually seeing who the person is. Daily observation is real. Conditions is often one of the strongest indicators of real change. So when we talk about what board needs to know, the larger point is this. Genuine transformation is rarely captured by one hearing, one interview, or one old document. It's revealed over time in conduct, accountability, programming, service, and the observations of those who see the person live, day to day. That's where everything really lies, I think. And the most reliable measure of transformation is not a single performance under pressure, but sustained pattern of accountable living over time, which is clearly in the central files, right? And I'll add in, this is really huge for students that are in, and I wish commissioners would be able to sit in on our 8-hour class, right? As I stated in the beginning, GRIP is an 8-hour class. After 2 hours, and we've checked in already, by the 3rd hour, the men and women are really opening up and showing who they really are, that genuine side of themselves, right? And I think that's what's key, right? If we could get away from the one presentation, or the one hearing, the one interview, and actually sit down and really get to who these men and women are, we'll be able to see that genuineness, that transformation that we're all looking to see to make the proper decisions. Next slide. So a few key takeaways. Here's what I would leave you all with. First is genuine disengagement on a general population yard is possible. Standing before you here today, regional manager of the GRIP Training Institute, fully statewide cleared to go to all institutions. It is possible. Genuine disengagement while on a GP yard is possible. Transformation is possible, but it's not quick. It's not quick, and it's not superficial. It's long-term, it's disciplined, and something that can be observed and verified over time, right? We have to get through all of that to get to the greener side of things. Second, disengagement does not always mean debriefing. Family, reentry, and neighborhood realities matter, and those realities shape how many people disengage. Third, transformation is best assessed through patterns, right? Conduct, programming, service, accountability, and most importantly, consistency over time. Not just hearing performance or old historical information. And finally, programs like GRIP provide meaningful, documented evidence of healing, accountability, and sustained change. We help make transformation visible. Through all the work that we do, it's very intensive, the required assignments and everything. We see it in the classrooms. I wish I could play you some of the documentation we have, some of the videos that we have, but it's true and it's real. And I could really attest to that. If the goal is public safety, then we have to get better at recognizing the difference between a person who has learned to speak change and a person who has lived it and is living it. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to share this perspective. My hope is that the presentation helps clarify what a genuine disengagement and transformation can look like on a general population yard or in general, and why programs like GRIP matter in helping that change take root and become visible over time. I'll welcome any questions. I'm not sure what the time frame is left, but I can take a couple
Thank
questions.
you, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you so much. Does any board member have any questions or comments for our presenter? Mr. Barton, you have proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Rodriguez. First of all, I think that's great. And I actually had the benefit of knowing Jacques personally, and I've sat through more than one 8-hour class of GRIP at San Quentin. So I know what the program is. But one of the things you said I wonder about, and you said, to lead the yard or to be on the yard in good standing. I understand your points. Those make sense. I've paroled people from GP who had gang backgrounds and had changed, but it also is not that simple, right? I mean, it wasn't like you were able to just say no, because you and I both know before you made that decision, somebody was asking you to pass a kite or hold a weapon or whatever, and at some point you had to say no. You had to alert the people in charge that you weren't doing that anymore. And there either has to be a conversation where they tell you you don't get it both ways. If you're going that route, you go that route, but if you mess up, there's repercussions. I mean, so it's not quite as simple as you portray that you can just do your program and you're going to be left alone. They're still going to ask you to put in work, and you have to at some point take a stand, right?
Not necessarily. Again, you proved some of my answer in what you're asking. And in my presentation here today, it takes time, right? If I don't owe nothing to the yard, if I've already cleared all my debts, I'm not violating anything, yes, there will be a conversation somewhere along the way, right? And there's always going to be someone that is messing up on the yard. If you're not the one messing up and you've already, for me, for example, I'll say the better part of 9 years where my disengagement started before I got into my rehabilitative journey. This is 9 years now, mind you. That's why I said it takes a long time. But 9 years of holding that ground, of not getting involved, not giving my opinion, not owing nothing, and minding my business, not violating the rules. Yes, the conversation can come, like when someone comes in and says, "Hey, I'm Christian." Okay, pick up the Bible, but don't drop it. Same type of thing, but again, it takes a long time before you could get to the position to say, "Hey, I'm doing this now." You know?
Yeah, you have to prove yourself to them, right?
Through your program and how you're standing, right? Like if you've already cleared your table, you owe nobody nothing, you owe no political repercussions or anything like that, right? Yeah, you can walk away. You can't stand and say like, I'm doing this right now, I'm not getting involved in that.
But that's my point. There still has to be some point. For example, if you were 9 years along and you decided, I want to get a cell phone, and you went back to one of the guys in the gang and said, "Hey, you got any cell phones for me?" Well, now all of a sudden you're not programming anymore. You're
Right.
getting back involved in criminal activity with the gang.
Exactly. That's why I said straying away from all those things, not owing nothing, being true and committed to your change and your transformation and that journey. Yeah, obviously if I go get some dope, if I ask for a phone or do anything that's out of line, then yeah, I just put myself back in that position, right? But why would I do that after 9 years if I just took myself out of that position, right?
Well,
So,
you'd
yeah,
be surprised. We see guys that make a stupid choice.
no, and I'll be honest with you, Commissioner Barton, I did that myself. You know what I mean? And I had to reap the consequences of it.
Yeah,
Right
there are
from-
hiccups. You move forward, you take a step back, then you got to start over.
Yeah, and you got to start over again, you know. And I think the biggest thing, so long as you don't get the hiccups involved, like with the political side of it, right? Calling shots or anything like that, then I mean, you can recover from those little hiccups. But in reality, yes, you would have to disengage from every type of activity, right? Bread and water for the next 15 years. That's fine. I'll do bread and water for the next 15 years if that's who I am and what I have to do. The minute I take a soup from somebody, then guess what? I owe him something. You know, so yeah, it's true on both ends, but it does take time and it is possible, and you have to make those conscious choices to not pick up a phone or engage in any type of activity.
Okay, we're running a little bit over. Commissioner Cassidy.
Yeah, GRIP used to be a 52-week program. Is it just the gang part that's 8 hours?
No, we do both. So San Quentin is one of our facilities that does a weekly program. Out in the Central Valley, the institutions that we oversee in the Central Valley, we have an 8-hour program that's once a month on the weekends. So we're in there all day. One 8-hour session is 4 weeks, 4 sessions on a weekly program.
Okay, but they still have the 52-week programs?
Yes, at some of our other institutions, they still do the
Oh.
52 program.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions or comments for Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Rodriguez. We're going to take a 1 hour lunch break. I'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Managed to bravely fielded you for the opening game of the next season. Senior appearance. Harlan, but left for Shandy. Stepping for White. For us. And then opening appearance of the subsequent season didn't go too well for you.
harder than
Okay, we are ready to. Ready?
Commissioner Wise?
I think we're missing Commissioner Muniz.
No, everyone's here. Weiss is there.
Weiss is there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay. So welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Our last presentation today is on empathy, neuroscience, and society. And our presenter is Dr. Akila Kadambi. Dr. Kadambi is a postdoctoral fellow at the UCLA School of Medicine. He's also a fellow at the USC Brain and Creativity Institute. You may proceed, Dr. Kadambi. Okay.
Okay, is everyone able to see it? Sorry, I think the audio is cutting in and out. Is the screen visible?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can see your presentation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much for having me today. My name is Akila, and before I get into any of the background, it would be great if you have just about like a minute or two to click on this link, and that will take you to a survey with just a couple of questions. And if you don't mind filling those out, that would be fantastic. And so we'll just regroup in about like 2 to 3 minutes.
Hi, Dr. Kandapi. Sorry, this is Jonathan Kim. I just want to let you know real quick that we don't have the capability to click on the link.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can.
It's just viewing from presentation.
Okay, let me try to copy it into the chat. Thank you for telling me.
Sorry, I also think our chat is disabled for open session.
Oh, it looks like I can't share it in the chat. That's okay if I can't share it. Let me see. Jonathan, do you know if there's a way to do it? If not, there's no problem.
No, I just don't think so. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so let me reshare this. Okay, so we'll skip the survey. So just a little bit about myself. So I'm a cognitive neuroscientist at UCLA and at USC. I'm also part of a fellowship program at the UCLA CDU Dana Center, where the aim is to really foster the connection between neuroscience and society. And there's been a lot of kind of like outreach efforts that we've done through the research to really integrate with community members. And as part of that, I developed a collaboration with Martin Figueroa, who introduced me to this space of working with incarcerated individuals at San Quentin, California medical facilities, and then also on the reciprocal side with California law enforcement as well. The presentation today is really similar to a lot of the information that I've been presenting at these various institutions, and really to just give a background on the neurobiological basis of what we mean when we talk about humanistic or pro-social neuroscience. So in terms of the agenda, I'm just going to give a quick overview about what humanistic and positive neuroscience means. Then talk about the neurobiology of empathy, how it's formed, how it's integrated, how it's reflected in the brain, and then really connect all of that back to situating to ourself in neuroscience and how that relates to ideas of accountability in terms of justice, as well as just our own reflections and centering ourselves in terms of our community. So I wanted to start with some very, not very attractive visuals. And so, I think as a society, we're living in pretty difficult times at the moment. There's a lot of things going on in the world. There's wars, there's poverty, and inequality, and there's a lot of polarization and hate, just kind of infiltrating our spaces. And beyond just like noticing this, a lot of the statistics also shows that Americans, fewer than 1 in 3 Americans report feeling compassion for all. There's a severe compassion gap, it gets especially pronounced to people outside of our socioeconomic groups, and outside really are in groups, including for undocumented migrants and people outside of the standard socioeconomic space, as well as individuals with criminal convictions. 1 in 3 adults older than 45 in the US report being lonely, which is a very kind of shocking statistic. 33% of individuals above the age of 45 feel lonely. And levels of empathy continued to fall, and there was a significant decrease in empathy in this specifically kind of stark period, and the statistics are still ongoing for how it continues today. But really, there was a big drop in empathy between 1980 to 2009 by almost 50% in terms of how compassionate and empathetic people felt towards other human beings. This is reflected even today in 2025, close enough to 2026. Across countries, we see that, most people report the US is down here. This is a barometer for how much trust they feel in other institutions. So like in the government, in universities, and people even giving you facts, etc. There's a very steep decrease as well, especially in the US. And despite all these really kind of negative things happening in society every day when we look at the news, it's, incredibly negative. There's also something very different about how human beings seem to be at their core. And so this was kind of a survey measure. They gave it to over 500,000 people all over the world. So this was cross-cultural across 152 languages. And they asked them, what were the biggest values that seemed to drive human behavior? What do you think? And it wasn't monetary. It wasn't self-interested. Actually, people said, kind of the biggest factors they thought that drove human behavior were family and relationships. Financial security was also there, but it was more of like the security element rather than the greed component. Belonging, community, compassion, etc. These were all kind of really human-centric motivations for what people think, replicated across cultures. And the science itself, like beyond self-report, they've done various studies. So this is one example that I just, want to highlight. And this was a pro-social intervention in which, in the study, they had various different interventions that either had people who participated in the intervention be a giver or a receiver of a kind act. And it's always interesting whenever I present this because I usually ask, I know we can't do this here, but typically we do this in kind of a discussive setting. And even with the incarcerated individuals as well as law enforcement, I asked, both groups, do you think that it was more so the people who gave the kind acts or the people who received the kind acts, which group do you think showed more positive health outcomes? And almost everyone reported that they thought it was the people giving the kind acts, and that's actually what they found. So it wasn't really the people receiving it. The people who actually gave the kind acts reported significant health decreases in depression, you know, STDs, physical activity increases, various other health biomarkers. And they also produced just self-reported improvements in empathy, as well as how much they expressed compassion and community engagement to other people. And, this study is also another study I like to highlight because it's a very interesting, they had this situation in which they had 17,000 wallets. They dropped these wallets all over the world. And this was really like a multi-site collaboration, collaborating with various different institutions, dropped 17,000 wallets all over the world with money in them, and then a couple of credit cards. And people were asked about, they heard about the study about people dropping wallets, and they were asked, to what extent do you think that people would actually return the wallets if they found it? People typically say that they think about like 30 to 40% of wallets will be returned. In reality, what they found was it was about 80% to 90%, depending on the country, in terms of the rate of wallet return. They then thought it might be because the money in the wallet wasn't that much of money, so they thought maybe it's just that people are returning it because it's not very high stakes. So then they put a lot of money into the wallet, about $100 in US dollars, and that was like kind of replicated across countries in terms of the corresponding monetary value. And they found that when people were asked, when people actually returned the wallets, the rate of return went up to about 98%. So 98% of wallets with almost $100 in them were returned when they were dropped. So that's surprisingly very high. Like that's much higher than what I would have thought as well. And it's extremely interesting how even in areas that people don't expect this to happen, they were returned. Another kind of instance to which the benefits of pro-social behavior, again, doing kind things for others, it's reflected in various health outcomes as we showed. People underestimate how kind people are, the good acts that people do, but people actually tend to actually go out of their way to do kind things. And this is also expressed in our biology itself. And so again, my research background is in neuroscience, and the reason that I do a lot of this work is because I learned all these things in my PhD. And one of these studies, which I thought was very, very interesting, was, again, they either had people do kind acts to others or do kind acts themselves or receive kind acts. And what they found was that people who actually, again, did the kind acts, they showed significant reductions in a neuroinflammatory gene, which is linked to really the genetic expression of this gene becomes inflamed during stress-related responses. And there was a significant reduction in the expression of this gene just by doing kind acts, which again is like really suggesting that there's something about our biology that seems to kind of wire us to want to do good, yet society seems to have all these negative outcomes, which it actually goes against what our natural biology tells us that's good for us. And there's various other studies. Again, there's so many studies. If you even just look this up, scientific studies really showing that the positive effects of being pro-social and giving towards others significantly improves not just their well-being, but especially your well-being. And so I think all of these studies really again point out that, many people think of empathy as a weakness, as something that you don't want to do, but the point is, again, it actually seems to benefit the individual, not just other people. And so if everyone benefits, why do we try to stifle this? And why do we try to not be empathic when we could be empathic and actually help society? And so that really made me want to highlight this distinction between society versus humanity. So society, again, as we've been talking about, the reason why sometimes empathy can be risky or dangerous is because society itself can be a very dangerous place. And it's humans going against their natural biology to do evil things to other people. And that's embedded in society. But again, our biology is really where our humanity comes from. And that tends to be a lot more pro-social. And that's what I'm hoping to kind of show you throughout the talk, and also to connect it to some of the work across the board that everyone here has been doing as well. So like I said, all of this research is really the basis of humanistic or positive neuroscience. And often when we think of studying neuroscience or neurology, we often think about clinical disorders. So we think about psychopathy, we think about let's stigmatize or let's do this, as well as we also think about clinical improvements for depression or Alzheimer's, etc. All of these are very important areas to study, but positive neuroscience flips the narrative a little bit to say, well, also it's really important to understand the things that our brain does right, the positive elements of our brain that seem to exist in human beings that we don't really understand. And I think that that's what a lot of the prior research that I talked about really sheds light on the fact that our biology seems to be, again, have these pro-social elements that are self-protective and seem to help us kind of, have these better health outcomes and lifespan, etc. So that's the basis of this field. And in studying this field, we often use this technique called functional neuroimaging, which is a brain mapping technique. And they've done this, in various forms on neurotypical, on typical people in the population, as well as down to people with severe clinical disorders, as well as incarcerated individuals, a very diverse set of people, and really trying to map out what kind of sets of brain regions seem to be engaged when people do certain tasks in the scanner. And what is a large basis of the research that I've done that seems to really, again, situate itself within the positive neuroscience framework is the discovery of special neurons. They were initially found in sensory motor regions of the brain. So sensory motor means that these neurons they respond to sensory information. So things like touch or taste or hearing. And specifically, the neurons that I'll talk about were more visually based when they were discovered, in that they responded whenever they saw someone doing an action. Sensory motor means that within the sensory motor system, these visual neurons were found in the sensory motor system, as well as motor neurons. And so motor neurons are neurons that engage whenever you do a motor movement, specifically any kind of movement. These neurons engage for that. And that was like the dogma for decades in the field, is that you have sensory neurons and you have motor neurons found in sensory motor regions of the brain. But what they found really unique about like 2 decades ago was the discovery of these very special neurons. And this was considered kind of like the discovery of DNA to neuroscience. They found these very special neurons in the brain that they weren't just sensory neurons. So they didn't just fire whenever someone did an action. Whenever they observed someone doing an action, they also fired whenever they did the action. So the neuron was encoding both sensory as well as motor responses. It was encoding both. So that means essentially, I have special neurons in my brain, as you all have. We all have these in our brains. We have special neurons that engage myself as well as you. So both of us are encoded in the same neuron. And it was a very profound discovery to the field, because it really suggested that we often think of ourselves as very individualistic and solipsistic and self-interested. But yet our brain was evolved to encode other people within it. And we have precious neural resources. We don't want to, we need space in the brain. It can't be filled with all this other information. And yet a large portion of our brain is involved in encoding other individuals in our brain, which again really highlights and points to the fact that human beings have these kind of integrated, socially connected parts of our brain that are needed for survival, that are needed for our existence. And this discovery of the system formed the backbone of how we conceptualize empathy today. So the way that we think about empathy today is that it's grounded, the neural activity, whenever you have people do an empathy-related task in the scanner, the neural activity that engages is grounded in this system that in turn engages with more emotional and affective regions of the brain. And other brain-related evidence comes from the fact, again, that even when we experience pain ourselves, so whenever we experience pain, a set of regions called the neural pain matrix in our brain, when people are being brain imaged, those regions tend to engage whenever we experience pain. What's really interesting was another study, this is another very seminal study, found that not only whenever I experience pain, also when I observed a loved one or someone else experiencing pain, these sets of regions also engaged. So going beyond even single neurons, systems in our brain, the same systems that are used for mapping my own empathic or painful, etc. experiences are also recruited whenever I see someone else feeling that or experiencing that. And what's really interesting is that it tends to degrade by how close you are to those people. So if it's a loved one that you're very close to, the degree of activity in these regions is stronger. And then it tends to degrade by how distant or how othered you feel towards someone else. And so all of this ties to this very famous concept in the literature called neural resonance, which is the idea that human beings are very, again, integrated, and we actually share neural resources in our brain. And what's interesting is that when you have people even watching something like a movie or something that's time locked, like listening to music or watching a movie that's on a time series, you actually see that people tend to synchronize over time when they're sharing the same experience. Their neural activity, their brain oscillations actually synchronize during that experience. So again, it's something that we seem to be just so hardwired for this social connection. And this led to this very famous idea of the brain, and this is really how we conceptualize the brain. It's called the social brain hypothesis. It's a very, very famous theory conceptualization, and it's how most of the field in neuroscience is shaped in terms of how we think about the brain, in that our brain actually evolved to be social, and that's why we have, compared to other species, we have a lot of neural resources dedicated to our prefrontal cortex. A lot of our brain cortical space is dedicated to the frontal area of our brain, which is responsible typically for sociality, for decision making, and both of those are very, very linked. And what we see consistently is that whenever we feel something, whenever we empathize, whenever we think about other people, we see crosstalk between the mirror neuron system and this mentalizing system, which is more of the thinking and thinking about what other people are thinking. The degree of which these two systems engage is again shaped by how close someone is to you. So you see the strongest engagement for yourself when you think about yourself, and you see the same sets of region engage whenever you think about someone else, and it degrades by how distant you feel towards them. So the bottom line from the research is that we might think of other people as being very dissimilar from us, but we're actually engaging the same sets of brain regions for for myself as I am for other people. I'm using the exact same machinery when I think about them, when I feel something, that I am for when I see someone else. So that's shaped a lot of our thinking about neuroscience. And I think this is, again, something that most people don't know about unless you research this and study this. But it's something really profound that I think changes, especially changed my view of honestly like humanity itself. So I think it's a very profound discovery. And just to kind of highlight these different perspectives on what we mean when we talk about the self. So there's kind of this extreme view that I think is very common in society. And again, this varies cross-culturally, but typically in American societies, we often think about ourselves as an individual, as more individualistic, as more separate from other people. But going into this kind of hyper loneliness state, this hyper self-fixated state, often leads to a lot of clinical outcomes. And we've seen a very strong dramatic uptake in the rates of clinically diagnosed depression, anxiety, narcissism, neuroticism. All of these things have steadily increased. Versus this idea of togetherness, where I only know that I'm myself because I know that I'm not you. And I exist because I know that I'm not you, for example. And so this is kind of a more integrated perspective. And positive neuroscience tends to emphasize more of this together idea that human inclination is kind of, there's a stronger propensity towards selflessness versus selfishness. And yet, for some reason, we tend to act selfishly, even though our brain doesn't actually like that. And so this idea of how we think about all these things is that we do need a balance between these systems. And when we talk about a lot of cases, including for accountability, for example, that the idea of adverse childhood experiences, so experiencing trauma, experiencing, so many really negative outcomes in early life experiences do shape how people actually develop and how they act and how they actually engage and see the world. And it tends to put people, especially their brains, in this state of survival, including encountering systemic kind of feeling like they have to fight for resources, this constant state of stress, neuroinflammation, as we were talking about with CTRA, versus just changing the mindset and flipping the narrative over of thinking, well, you're an extension of myself, and I can only exist because you're an extension of myself, which is actually our pro-social default for how we should be thinking. And all of these ideas come back to this term called neuroplasticity, which I think most people have probably heard about because it's become a very popular idea. In that our brain is structured, it has both gray matter, which are often the cortical regions that we think about. So all of the research we've been talking about are more related to cortical brain regions that are typically you map out when you do a functional neuroimaging task. Neuroplasticity actually focuses more on the white matter. And so this is like the myelin, the connectivity between regions that can be strengthened whenever you strengthen it. So like, for example, if you're looking at neurons within the motor cortex and you play a lot of sports, specific neurons that are more engaged whenever you exert activity for that sport are going to be coded more in white matter. And what that means is that it actually increases the rate of conductance between the neurons. It makes them fire faster, and it makes you better, essentially translates to being better at that sport because you have strengthened connectivity between these regions that would engage for whenever you do that sport. The very interesting thing about neuroplasticity, and I think why it's become so interesting to so many people, is that the whole brain is filled with white matter. So it's not just for sports, it's also for brain regions related to thinking, related to, whenever you do math, whenever you think about other people. So white matter is across all of these things. And the idea is that if you can optimize it for sports, presumably you can also optimize it for almost anything. And so here the argument is, from what we know about empathy, there's a big advantage to optimizing this set of connections, again, not only for other people, but also, again, for yourself. And I think this has a lot of implications for trauma and for hope and for healing. And so again, from what we know about neuroplasticity, is that trauma alters exactly how our brain regions fire, how our brain is entirely a set of circuits, and it kind of rewires the brain to be in this constant state, as we were talking about, with this kind of fight or flight responses. Trauma can produce long-lasting, devastating effects on the brain, and almost can create severe damage to brain structures without even really doing anything. Just the deterioration of white matter can cause gray matter to kind of deteriorate as well. And you see this even for conditions like depression. You see, this kind of deterioration happening as well in the brain. So just being sad can deteriorate your brain. We also know that what can happen is, if you're young and you tend to have these really horrible early childhood experiences, what tends to happen is that your brain also tends to develop more slowly, more irregularly, and potentially more damaged. And it's important to also understand that when people commit crimes when they're younger, it's not to say, there's a very important concept to understand, which is that we can't blame actions on your brain. That's just not how it works. If you do something bad, that is an individual responsibility. At the same time, there's also evidence about how brain anomalies can contribute towards that. And so a clear example is that often our decision-making regions of our brain, like our prefrontal cortex, which is a hub for decision-making, that region only tends to fully develop by the time you're about 25 or 26. So up until that age, you don't really have your reasoning and your decision-making fully intact to be able to make the right decisions. You tend to be operating on more, again, of these fight or flight responses. And that can be very devastating, because if you do the wrong thing when you're younger, that can obviously have very downstream consequences for your entire life. And I think the point here is that we have to remember, and why I said it's important to not say that it's just the brain that having these anomalies in the brain can create negative outcomes, is that it's really important to understand, at least in my opinion, as well as what I've talked to a lot of the incarcerated individuals about, is that the brain is incredibly plastic. And this is what neuroplasticity, where the term comes from, this is what it really taps into. It taps into this idea of plasticity. If you have these brain anomalies, if your brain has deteriorated over time, simple things that you do can actually improve the neuroplasticity of your brain. And to give you the exact idea of that, your brain deteriorates so easily because of trauma. That itself shows how plastic it is. Flipping the script, it can also be sculpted towards health through many factors that I'll talk about on the next slide. A prevalent one is that we often do mindfulness training, cognitive behavioral therapy, loving kindness meditations, and all of these are centered around, at least mindfulness and loving kindness are centered around having yourself be taken care of and extending that care towards other human beings. Additionally, it's important to remember that there's a lot of interventions right now. So even beyond just psychological or therapeutic, there's also a lot of clinical interventions that do target that do target actually the brain itself. And there's promising outcomes in those as well. And so on this slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of those outcomes. And so this is one of the methods that we use in the lab. It's called transcranial magnetic stimulation. And it's very similar to fMRI in the sense that there's a very large magnetic field that is applied to the brain. And in fMRI, all you're doing is that you're just imaging different parts of the brain. So you have a very large magnetic field that essentially alters the spin of protons in your brain. There's no radiation, there's no known side effects at all. It just alters how your brain responds to the magnetic field, and that allows you to kind of create four-dimensional images of your brain that we use to actually get these brain maps that we analyze. There's also TMS, which is also applying this electromagnetic pulse to the brain. And it leverages the fact that the brain is electromagnetic to actually kind of change the magnetic wiring of the brain, how the magnetic fields spin. And the advantage of this is that you can actually upregulate or increase activity in that brain region, or you can downregulate activity or decrease activity in that region. And this has been applied significantly to depression, because one of the key ideas here is, in addition to just increasing or decreasing activity in the brain, it can also, based on specific pulse sequences, increase or decrease the amount of white matter in that region, which directly again ties to neuroplasticity. And so this is one of the promising clinical outcomes that I think people are spending a lot of time on in terms of the brain imaging and stimulation side. There's also CBT that I talked about, where the idea, it's called cognitive behavioral therapy. And I think a lot of people are probably familiar with this. It's kind of the gold standard treatment option that we use for improving some of these outcomes. And the idea is that for a lot of people that experience negative life experiences, or that
That's not gonna work.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so for a lot of people that experience these kinds of negative things, they get into this negative loop, and our brain kind of functions in these loops. The aim of CBT is to move your brain from the negative loop towards getting to a more kind of stable loop that makes you do better things for yourself. And it connects this idea of feelings, behavior, and thought. They're all inextricably linked. And it's very important to make sure that we're kind of integrating into a loop, getting ourselves out of that negative loop into a loop that promotes positive behavior. So this is done pretty much with a clinician. The point is that there are a lot of these avenues for promising outcomes that do shape and change how our brain functions. Another one that I wanted to just touch on is that there's also music therapy. So now, going beyond TMS, which is the stimulation, going beyond more clinical therapeutic settings, there's also been a lot of focus on the intersection of neuroscience and arts, which is called neuroarts. And often for that, what we would do is that they actually have people listen to music in clinical environments and see how that retrains and reframes how the brain responds to music. And so I just wanted to end on this kind of open question on what can these neural systems teach us about ourselves and others. I had left a lot more time for the surveys, but I don't think we're going to be able to get to this, and this was supposed to be an open question. But I just want to keep you thinking about that in terms of thinking about what it means to have neural systems that integrate other people in our own brains, what it means for pro-social behavior, what it means for empathy, what it means for forgiveness, what it means for trauma, what it means for negative actions and outcomes, and etc. Finally, I just wanted to touch on the last idea, which is that we've talked a lot about the negative elements of society at the beginning, especially with polarization at the national level again. American opinions are becoming much more polarized. People are taking on more extreme views as part of their identities. At the same time, what's less talked about, what isn't really shown on the news, are the positive elements as well. So actually, in terms of longevity, we're doing things to prioritize our well-being. We're prioritizing our mental well-being, our physical longevity. And this is the hope, is that we start to continue to prioritize this. Another shift that we're noticing in society is that people are going more for companies and corporation and brands that tend to have more of a sense of moral responsibility. So people prioritizing collective well-being over their own well-being, which is at the individual level. We're also seeing greater acceptance for people who are different in terms of this group kind of shared identity. And people are also becoming more community engaged. So they're actually trying to figure out ways that they can, exactly like the work that everyone here is doing, but trying to figure out ways to develop and contribute to the greater good. And all of this comes from this idea of circle of care, which is exactly based on how the brain is mapped. We have regions that encode the self, and those same regions encode other people. It's all a shared mapping. And so thinking about it in this concentric way, understanding that you are responsible for your own actions. You are the person that shapes your relationships, your work, and your community, and the larger community in the world. And how you view that self is really important to remember, that every single human being is an extension of you. And the really kind of critical thing that we know from the brain, again, is just highlighting this question, is that the neural systems for myself engage for you. If I hurt you or if I attack you, that affects my own brain. All right, and so I had the survey, but I think that will be pretty much it. Thank you so much. I guess there's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does any board member have any questions or comments for our presenter?
I think I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Muniz.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
One of the things I think that's really, hard for us to conceptualize, maybe I'll just speak for myself. One of the things that's hard for me to conceptualize is, say somebody commits a murder and it takes them 15 years to have any empathy. And of course, this is not, I suppose, the world I grew up in, but we see this often. And then perhaps there may be some significant event in their life, like maybe somebody is murdered.
Sorry, I think it cut out.
Or maybe they will. Yeah, I think we muted on our end for a moment.
Sorry about that.
You were talking. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so in discussing neuroplasticity, what I see, I don't have to really fully understand that. We just recognize it's a thing, and we can generally tell when it's changed. But since you're, working in this field, help us to better understand kind of the science behind somebody murdering someone and not experiencing any empathy, and the point where it does change. Because I think where it does change, it's fairly evident and observable. Or I should say it can be. So what is happening in the brain where you wouldn't feel empathy even for years? I've had cases 17 years. I just didn't feel any empathy. They shot somebody to death, as an example, stabbed somebody to death, and just genuinely didn't feel it wrong to feel any empathy for them as an individual. And sometimes they're gang members, so it's kind of like war in their minds. It's either you or me. It's better you than me. But oftentimes it's not. Sometimes it's a spouse. Sometimes it's an intimate partner. And sometimes it's a family member. And they just don't feel any empathy. And later on they do. In terms of neuroplasticity, help us understand perhaps the science of the change that's occurring in that kind of context?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an excellent question. So there's a lot of things happening, I would say. I think the biggest, at least my perspective, and people will have different perspectives depending on who you talk to, but in our brains, we have empathies. First of all, it's not a monolith. It's typically divided into cognitive empathy and affective empathy. And that's the broad distinction, but there's a lot of different divisions of empathy, but most researchers agree that it's typically cognitive empathy versus affective empathy. So affective empathy tends to be more of the feeling that you have for other people. So how you feel towards other people. So like if I saw you get hurt, I would feel sad or feel pain for your experience. And what tends to engage in the brain are typically for affective empathy. You typically see sets of subcortical regions like the amygdala and the anterior-insula, so regions that typically engage during physical pain, also engage during social pain, and also engage whenever you see someone in pain. Cognitive empathy is still empathy, but it's a very different form of empathy. It's strategizing or thinking about what another person is thinking, but without the feeling. So not actually feeling what they're feeling, but knowing what they're feeling. So an example would be like, if you're playing chess, I can mentalize and strategize about what my opponent is going to do. It doesn't mean that I'm feeling anything. The sets of regions that engage for cognitive empathy are very different from affective empathy. They tend to be more decision-making regions of the brain, more cortical regions, and again, the same kind of regions involved in thinking. The key point in terms of how it connects to neuroplasticity is that empathy, you always want to balance between the feeling and the thinking. So the thinking helps you to know if I hurt someone, it's gonna, really cause them a lot of damage as well as their family members, etc. So you still need that component. The feeling is like, I'm not going to do it because it's a horrible thing to do and I will feel that pain. What tends to happen is that nobody lacks empathy. So in society, there's a big misconception that people lack empathy. Nobody does, but they might have too much of the cognitive empathy. And so that's a classic example for psychopaths. What they tend to have is they actually tend to lack the affective empathy. They don't actually feel the pain, but they're really good at manipulating and strategizing and having this cognitive circuitry be kind of overactive and overdone. The reverse is for something like anxiety, because you feel a lot of the emotion, you notice everyone around you, you're feeling a lot of that. It tends to be linked to hyperempathy actually. But that leads you to kind of be in this kind of like stressed and almost really kind of conversely make you more self-interested in that way because you're so focused on how you appear and what other people think about you. I'm giving a very long answer to say that you need this balance between these systems. They need to be kind of a balanced state in order for you to function as a proper human being. And what tends to happen in these kind of, really traumatic, horrible cases is that the balance is not present. And you can actually image this in the brain. So you can see like a lot of presumable people who don't feel empathy after killing someone. I would consider them to be a psychopath. And that you can still see that their cognitive circuitry is engaged. The goal is to be able to bring the affective components to engage as well. And that's again where having these kind of mindfulness interventions, so things that can really make them understand their place, what they've done, get into the feeling state of what they've done, not just the thinking, because someone can say, I know what I did is wrong, and they'll keep repeating that, but they don't actually feel it. And so the goal is to actually bring into that affective circuitry component, and that can definitely be brain bound. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Does any other board member have any questions for Dr. Katambi? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you so much, Dr. Katambi, for that presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Going to move to open comments. Does any board member wish to raise an agenda item for a future meeting? Hearing none, going to go to public comments. Comments are limited to 2 minutes each. No comments are allowed for items already subject to public comments and decided by the board. The board will not consider comments about future parole hearings. You must be on the speaker list to make a comment. You can be added to the speaker list by calling 916-267-0857 and providing your information and the topic that you wish to speak on. Comments concerning future parole hearings are not permitted during this meeting. Please send those comments to the board for inclusion in the materials for that hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes and there's no opportunity for rebuttal. Please wait to speak until we call your name or identify you by your login information. Moderator, is there anyone seeking to make a general comments related to the board?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have one person who'd like to make a public comment is Vanessa Nelson Sloan, who's there in person.
Good afternoon. I know this is a surprise, right? I have a lot to say, so I'm going to talk really fast. The victim-centered practices regarding the letter program. I'm not sure that the presenter really understood that letter program really well. The incarcerated people cannot just write a letter and send it into the letter bank. It has to be vetted and go through. I think it's 3 or 4 programs that conduct those. We are one of them, and we've sent several hundred letters to the letter bank over the last several years. We have programs running right now that is the entire purpose is to give these guys an opportunity to learn how to write these letters. And we're buried in letters at the moment. But anyway, they can't just send them in. So please don't think that if they've written a letter and they haven't sent it in, it's because it's not a good letter. They just haven't had the opportunity to send it to one of the programs that can vet it. Also, the victims have to be registered before they can get a notice that the letter is there. So it's difficult if they're not registered until the last minute. And you see where this is all going. Anyway, I kind of wanted to put that out there because I wasn't sure that the DA's representative had a really good understanding of that. They can't just send the letters in. We do not encourage, by the way, incarcerated people just to write a letter and send it in with their parole packet, because the first thing that happens is the DA gets a hold of it. If it's not a really good letter, even though their intentions are good, I can guarantee you the DA is going to use it to pound the hell out of them. And they're also going to hand it right to the victims, which might not be a good time for the victims to receive a letter that's not super, super good. So we don't encourage them to do that, just for that reason. Let's see. Anyway, we're one of the ones that can do that. I was really delighted to see the presentation on how to leave a gang from the GPR. I've been trying to discuss that with the board for some time. And I want to tell you that gentleman is spot on in everything he said. He was absolutely on point on everything that he said. And I've never been in a gang, but all my friends are felons. And half of them are, that's in my book. Seriously. And all of them that have been in gangs tell me that that's how they're getting out of them, and staying on the GPR where the opportunities are more. It's actually safer, but they just have to make the decision. You can't have a foot in both worlds. You have to make your choice and stay in that world, whichever one you're going to stay in. Let's see. I appreciate you allowing us to sit in on all of this. I've been doing this for a long time, and I always find it very useful. Excuse me. Dr.
2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Okay, Dr. Kadami came to CMF and she was really impressed with the men and how they were learning empathy and getting to express it. So, thank you.
Any more speakers?
Chairperson, I have no more speaker cards for public comment.
Thank you. And on behalf of my colleagues, I wish to thank everyone that participated in this.
Ms. Lasky
has her hand
up. Go ahead, Ms. Lasky. Ms. Connie Lasky, can you hear us?
Yeah. I think she needs to be unmuted. Enabled.
Thank you. I actually did submit a speaker card for today. I have it on my computer that says thank you for submitting a speaker card. May I speak? Thank you.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. The presentation provided by GRIP today provided one perspective regarding gangs on the various yards. The presentation implied that gang-involved inmates are better able to participate in the parole process when they remain on GP yards, and that remaining in good standing with the gang does not mean they remain involved in gang culture. However, evidence does not support this to be the case. Mr. Andrus acknowledged during questioning by Commissioner Barton that the inmate remains answerable to the gang's determination of whether or not he or she is participating in adequate programming to remain detached. Therefore, the inmate is still involved with the gang and still answers to the gang. The presentation would have been enhanced by providing an alternative perspective, perhaps that of an officer from ISU or from the classifications unit in CDCR. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, there are no more speakers for public comment today.
Thank you. Once again, on behalf of my colleagues, I wish to thank everyone for participating today. The April 2026 Executive Board meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you, everybody. And we have a closed session started at 2 p.m.
I think my job is done.
Pardon me?
I think my job is done.
I think so. When did it come back and close out, right? They didn't say
Yes,
that.
I appreciate it.
That's selfishly, that's what I want to do. Because otherwise, I'd have been here, I would have stayed the night, commuted over with everyone, to get commuted back, and then drive from here, which is further than from CMI.
Dr. Tarani, can you hear me?
I'm gonna say no.
Commissioner Ruff, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, man, with this right here.
Yeah.
This is green. That should be green.
Yeah, that should be
Does
green.
this do anything?
This one's green.
This one?
This one is green.
That should be green, yeah.
Okay,
there
all
you
right.
go.
I don't know. Better than.
Dr. Tarani, can you hear me? No.
Hey, there's Dan Sparks. All right.
Get ready to wrap it up.
Sparks, all right, buddy. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, Sparks.